And I'd like to invite Councillor James Daniels to open the meeting with karakia timatanga.
Kia ora, kei te mihi aroa, kei te mihi mahana ki a koutou e ngā manuhiri kua tai mai nei. Tēnā koutou, nau mai, haere mai. Nō reira, he karakia mo te hui, tūtaua mai I runga, tūtaua mai I raro, tūtaua mai I roto, tūtaua mai I waho. Kia tau ai te mauri tū, te mauri ora ki te katoa. Haumi e hui e tai. I've just said, in the words of Marvin Gaye, and that was in Te Reo Māori, in the words of Marvin Gaye, let's get it on.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I have no apologies for the meeting and no declarations of interest recorded, although there will be some elements of recommendations where individual councillors due to appointments will have conflicts. We currently have 2 days set aside, today and Wednesday, for the council to consider and adopt two important documents, our draft climate change strategy and our final long-term plan. So the order of play for today's meeting is as follows. First, we will consider item 3, the Ōtautahi Christchurch draft climate resilience strategy, where we will consider and adopt the strategy. We will then consider item 4, the 2021-31 long-term plan. We will hear from the chair of the Audit and Risk Management Committee, Kim Wallace, regarding the committee's consideration of the long-term plan, the draft as it was. We will then hear from Andy Burns of Audit New Zealand to the table to provide a verbal update on the auditor's report. Staff will then present the LTP report, and then we will work through our LTP proposal, and I'll explain that process when we come to that item. So I'd like to move to the Ōtautahi Christchurch draft climate resilience strategy, and I will hand over to Emma Davis, Head of Strategic Policy, and Carrie Graydon, Senior Policy Analyst, to introduce this item. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. So, as has been outlined, we are here today to present the Kia Tura Te Ao Christchurch Climate Resilience Strategy for adoption. So, following public consultation of the strategy and feedback through the long-term plan, we've heard very strongly from submitters for stronger support for climate action, and this strategy provides a framework for collective action to deliver on its goals. Submitters supported the overall goals of the strategies and the 10 programs. There was a call though, and we heard this, for urgency around what we're doing, and also some more sort of tangible and specifics around the strategy. In response to that, we've strengthened our commitment to do this work and provided more information, particularly on the Council's emissions and how we're going to partner with the community and organisations to really bring the strategy to life through more detailed action plans under the 10 proposed under the programs. We've heard from businesses, our partners, youth, and many other organisations and individuals wanting to be involved with developing the next phase and the key actions that underpin it. We've also responded to the feedback with proposed additional $11 million of funding through the LTP, specifically to address those areas that we heard were important: investment in education, and how we partner with organisations on sustainability initiatives. So the report outlines the detail from submitters and how we've responded to that. That's been incorporated now into the draft, and really we present the climate resilience strategy to Council for adoption.
Now, Sarah, you want to move it, and do I have a seconder for it? Mel Coker. Melanie Coker. Right. So, are there any questions of staff? Aaron?
Yeah, I just had a question around the start. The very first line is climate change is the biggest challenge of our time. Is that referring to the council or the world?
Probably both, really. Definitely to the world, and also, obviously, council is part of the world, so therefore that will impact on sort of everything council does in the future.
Right, because in the first of the amendments, it says about aligning with the United Nations SDGs, which of course aren't ranked in order, as you'll know, but the United Nations say that addressing poverty is more important than climate change. Doesn't diminish climate change, doesn't say that's not important, but the number one problem for the world is addressing...
Aaron, can I just intervene? Because
Okay.
we are discussing our climate resilience strategy, and the submissions that we received on this backed up the statement. So I don't know that we want to enter into a debate with staff. You can raise it in your commentary when we debate the actual strategy.
Okay.
Thank you. Yanni.
Yeah. Like, there's a number of things that have been raised in here which we still don't have any clear visibility in terms of time frame and funding. So, you know, one of the issues that's been raised is rainwater tanks. So I'm just trying to understand why we don't have more specific information around that. So if you take, for example, this is on page 28, it just says explore options to encourage households to install rainwater collection tanks to water their gardens, reduce burden on our stormwater networks after heavy rain. But there's no, like, here's how much it'll cost to do the work, here's the time frame which it'll be done within. Likewise, we've also got the increased tree cover, which is a similar one where we know we've got tangible things that we can do, but we haven't actually been explicit. So I guess given the criticism we had around the number of submitters saying that it lacked clear priorities and funding, why have we not got that level of detail?
The strategy really is designed as a framework, and throughout the 10 programs, it's very comprehensive of the areas that we need to focus on to address climate change across those 10 programs. So the strategy wasn't designed to go into detail around all of the costings for all of those activities. The other thing is it's really intended to be a framework that will be across councils and across the organisation's work. So the examples around rainwater tanks, that is something that we will do with other parts of the organisation, and we've already, in response to the feedback and interest in that, initiated staff discussions and looking at how we can do a campaign around that. So that's an example. So all of these aspects will put more work and attention in to really get that detail, but it's not intended to outline all of that in the strategy.
Just the final question from me is around a number of submitters talked about the idea of having supporting bus lounges, basically. But I see there's nothing being picked up in here in regards to that.
In the transport part of it, there will be focus areas to support sort of public transport and looking at that. A lot of the action is more specific and will come through the transport plan and what comes out of that sort of work there. So we're working with the transport team to pursue those sort of priorities in there.
Right, so the idea that at some stage we'll have a council transport plan which people can feed into around public transport initiatives, is that where we're going, or?
I don't.
Yeah, that's right. So as part of the development of the transport plan, there'll be, and I understand, there'll be public consultation on that, and people then can feed into those suggestions.
Right, and there will be a public transport component.
I understand there will be. There's also public transport work obviously going on with ECAN, with our partners there, and so it'll be where that fitted in there. I do understand that the long-term plan consultation, there has been a decision to keep the Riccarton bus lounge open,
Yeah.
and so those things are coming through in the wider transport area.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? I'll open it up for debate. Sarah, would you like to open the debate, please?
Thank you. Kia turoa te ao. The draft climate change strategy was not where I had hoped it would be, and submissions from the community were also clear that greater detail was needed. An emissions reduction pathway based on science and a plan to get us there. While there hasn't been time since submissions to get a technical group together and work through all of that to incorporate it into the strategy, we have now included that as an urgent next step for the council and for our city, which I'm really pleased about. We've also added education and programs to encourage low emissions behaviours as a priority, and work has already started with ECAN and other councils on this. We will need Ōtautahi specific information and advice though, and it's on its way. Submitters asked us to prioritise emissions reductions in the transport space, given that 54% of our city's emissions come from transport, and our strategy reflects this with our transport plan due by the end of the year. Our strategy says, over the next decade, we will jointly make significant changes to our transport infrastructure to help meet our emissions targets. To halve our emissions in the next decade, we will need to dramatically reduce the distance travelled in fossil fuel vehicles. We will promote alternatives such as active and public transport, and getting people out of cars and using more active travel modes also contributes to wider co-benefits in health and well-being. The advice from the Independent Climate Change Commission, based on the cross-party supported Zero Carbon Act, is clear. We need to act now to avoid the worst environmental and social impacts of climate change, and that investing now will halve the impact on GDP of inaction. Acting now is in the best interests of our economy and our residents. Our climate change strategy is broad-ranging. It looks at both mitigation via emissions reductions and at the adaptation work that we need to do. Council does not have all the answers or all the influence to make it a reality. We need everyone to play their part. Central government will play a key role, but so do our hundreds of community groups working on food resilience and waste reduction, on native ecosystem restoration and carbon sequestration, on connecting communities and providing education, on spreading the word and encouraging hopeful action. We will need to work with Ngāi Tahu, our universities, businesses and other agencies as well to make the changes needed, not only to avoid the worst impacts of climate change, but to make sure that no one is left behind in the transition to a low carbon economy. We do need to halve our city's emissions by 2030. It's only 9 years away. It's a big ask, but it's completely doable if we work together. Success will not be the work of one, but the work of many. E hara takutoa I te toa takitahi. Engari he toa takitini. Kia ora.
Kia ora, thank you. Anyone else? Jimmy Chen.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes. And first, I'm quite happy, all the Ōtautahi Christchurch climate change, the strategy will be replaced by the Ōtautahi Christchurch, the climate resilient, those strategy, because we review all the kind of our council the strategic framework with particular vision, so developing resilience in the 21st century. So I'm quite happy that this aligns with our resilient city. Second one, because our council will receive 154 submissions. 113 is individual, 41 is a group, but 95, like Sarah, she mentioned earlier, is suggest actions. But this one, we actually will review this final version. Actually, particularly, I'm impressed with this paragraph, including in the 10 action programs. For instance, like page 17 here, the content of the climate action program will be reviewed annually and updated as required in order to respond to new information, new legislation, and as progress is made across our focus area. This is kind of reflect and respond to the submission, the request. The other one is because we are all aware this climate change actually is, is affecting and including quite wide range, the public transport, and the waste management, the energy efficiency actually is totally aligned with our 10 years long-term plan. So I'm quite happy, because in the long-term plan we can see we amend some of the, the budget, increase the little bit budget, try to support for the implementation of this climate change. So generally speaking, I'm quite happy to support the final version of Otatahi Christchurch climate resilience strategy. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yanni and then Andrew.
Thank you. While I appreciate the work that's gone on this strategy, it does very much feel like to me that we've simply reinvented the wheel. And actually, the frustrating thing is that our 2010 Climate Smart strategy had very clear actions and indicative budgets. And actually, most of the stuff in our 2010 strategy is actually almost the same as what's being proposed today. And instead of coming up with a new strategy, what I believe we should be doing is understanding why the things we said we would do haven't been done, and making sure that funding and priority is attached to those things that are important. It doesn't mean that that strategy shouldn't have been updated. It absolutely should be reviewed and updated. But the frustration is that we seem to have a greater lack of clarity in what's being proposed than what we had previously. So I won't support this today. I do think it's really important that when we say we're going to do things, and you can take rainwater tanks as a classic example, we said we would do it as part of our integrated water strategy. We heard submissions through into this project, into this strategy, that was a project that people supported, and yet we still have no clear budget, no clear understanding of when that work will happen. So I think the strategy lacks details, it lacks really clear funding to make the things that we say we're going to do in it to happen. So I won't be supporting it because I think we do actually, as a council, need to take this issue seriously. We have declared a climate change emergency. We have said that it's a priority, and yet when we look at the way in which we're coming up with strategies, we're not attaching, in my view, the necessary funding required to ensure that the things we say we're going to do get done, which I think is incredibly disappointing. But it certainly was reflective of the feedback that we got from submitters on this.
Andrew?
Thank you. I'll keep my comments both brief and deliberately at quite a high level. There's a significant level of interest in climate change issues, sustainable transport, biodiversity, the environment, ecology, natural hazards. And we saw and heard this loud and clear through submissions not only to this strategy but also to the LTP, and we saw and heard that a number of times and in different ways. The submissions that we heard reflect that thankfully climate change and climate change concerns and considerations have become much more of a mainstream conversation than they were maybe even a couple of years ago. The conversations that are taking place around suburban dining tables, at barbecues, in schoolrooms and other places where people have those type of conversations have moved from a discussion about whether climate change is real or not to how we're going to deal with, how we're going to take action to combat the effects of climate change. And I think people now understand that that's not just collective action, it's also action at the individual level, the household level, as well as at the community level. Now, as a council, we've got many, many strategies. Some of those strategies have got action plans, and some of those action plans are well prioritised. This is one strategy that, once it's adopted today, needs to be implemented through a clear focus and a clear, well-prioritised action plan, which needs to be across many different parts of council's business. It's a strategy that absolutely needs to be implemented, that needs to lead to change, that needs to lead to action. There's probably not any one of our other strategies which is more important than this one. So climate change action needs to occur, as I said, at the individual level, the household level, at the community level. This isn't just about what council can do itself. It's about how we can lead by example, how we can partner, how we can encourage, how we can educate. And council's in a unique position because of the breadth of our business to do this across a number of different actions, a number of different activities. There are some clear opportunities right in front of us, and we need to take them. So I like the new name, climate resilience, is absolutely what this is all about. So I look forward to seeing the actions resulting from this strategy starting to be implemented as soon as possible, and realising that there's much more work to be done, realising that this isn't perfect, but realising the absolute urgency. I'm really happy to be able to support the adoption of this strategy today.
Pauline?
Thank you. Look, I won't repeat the things that others have said because I agree with all those points. I do want to pick up on Councillor Johansson's point that we have not been doing anything. We have been doing a lot. Our cycleways program, our MCR program is held in high regard, and that's having a tremendous impact with an 80% increase in cyclists since 2016. We've also embraced energy efficiency programs and look at the New St Albans Community Centre, which is incredibly energy efficient and carbon sequestering as we speak. And we've installed charging stations through a partnership program with private enterprises. Other partnerships programs we can see in our biodiversity, in our plantings, in our community waterways, and we've also set up the environment, what do we call it, Sarah, the committee, the funding program through the LTP, climate resilience, and that's another partnership fund. I mean, the funding is a huge plus. We've got the waste minimisation program, and we've got the climate change resilience working group. So, you know, we are doing things, but the biggest thing we can do is lead and bring people with us, because we can't do this on our own. We know that. It's something that everybody has to help with. And our submissions indicate to us that if we lead, we will have support from our communities for behaviour change, from very small changes to much larger ones, the most important being how we get around in our transport system. So I will support this today, and I think it's a great piece of work. Thank you to the staff for all the work on it. And we are doing things, we will go forward, and education and bringing people with us is going to be the best thing we can do.
Anyone else? Anne?
Kia turia te ao, ensuring the world continues. Some don't believe climate change is happening. Some believe it is, but it's not the result of human behaviour, but simply the natural cycle of things. So let's today set aside our differences of opinion about this and see that adopting this strategy is the opportunity to reset our partnership with the natural world. Throughout both the draft climate resilience strategy and the LTP consultations, we heard a strong call from communities to work in partnership with the council to achieve the best outcomes. Today is the opportunity to reset our partnership with the natural environment. I saw this referred to recently as the community of creation. I warm to this term, community of creation, as it sees other creatures as fellow creatures in the journey, that human beings are not above other creatures, but alongside other creatures, not separate from other creatures, but fellow creatures, not outside nature, but inside nature. There is urgency to reimagine the relationship of humans with nature, no longer as masters, but as companions, no longer as exploiters, but as carers, no longer as tourists passing through, but as residents with shared responsibilities. Let's see today as the time to stand united, to lead, as Councillor Cotter said, to place the strategy in place so that our children will thank us as their children catch freshwater crayfish in local streams as we did. Please validate this work today, the great work that's been done, and ensure the future well-being of all our fellow creatures and future generations. And let's support the staff recommendation to adopt this climate resilience strategy.
Thank you. Anyone else? Melanie?
Everyone knows this quote, unless someone like you cares a whole awful lot, nothing is going to get better. It's not, from the Lorax. And I think that's what the purpose of this climate change strategy is. Look, we all know the Paris Agreement is about trying to keep global warming to 1.5 degree target. It's what the New Zealand government is trying to do, and it's really what we are trying to do as a Christchurch City Council and as Christchurch, because global warming and climate change is going to be absolutely huge for us in future. It's going to affect our infrastructure, it's going to affect our coastlines, it's going to affect our rivers, it's going to cause flooding, there's going to be issues with agriculture, it's going to affect our biodiversity. It's got far-reaching consequences. Now, with our plan, one of the things that I'm most pleased with is actually Goal 3, that we have a just transition to be an innovative, low-emission economy. On the UN website under Sustainable Development, it actually talks about a just transition, and that's about how climate change and social inclusion can work together. And there's actually a guide here for people who want to invest in this. But it does talk about one of the ways to accelerate climate change and optimise its benefits is to ensure that it's inclusive, and I think that's very important for us here. It means taking into account the distributional consequences so that no one is left behind, and it's clear that the benefits of the transition will far outweigh the costs. Managed well, the transition will both prevent the immense human and economic costs of climate disruption and also improve growth, generate net new jobs and reduce inequality. In fact, the transition is essential to maintaining decent work and thriving communities into the coming decades. Now, I know that people talked about wanting to have action plans, and it comes through with every strategy that we have, and I agree with that, and we are going to be doing that as a council, working with people and organisations, as Sarah talked about. So I look forward to seeing how that goes. The climate change strategy is a overarching structure that we will do a lot of work underneath to achieve our goals. So I really hope that we can all get behind it.
James?
Ka tangi te titi, ka tangi te kaka, ka tangi te mota kaka, that is half the problem. No, it's not quite half the problem, it might even be higher. But
higher.
Look, I am really pleased to be in a position to support this strategy, noting that the change in the title from climate change to climate resilience is notable, because the thing is that we need to change our thinking, we need to change our values, we need to change our behaviours. And I just want to note that we're not doing this to save the planet, because it was here before us, it'll be here after us, and this is the problem. We're saving the species if we think about what we're doing now, and that's my picture.
Okay. Anyone else before I get Sarah to close off? Aaron?
Yeah, there's many good things in this strategy. Anything we do to make the planet a better place, look after the environment, is fantastic. That's a background that I've come from myself. I have an edible landscape, been vegetarian for 20 years, used to guerrilla plant trees with my friends over 30 years ago, so doing things that are good for the environment is something that appeals to me. Having a strategy, though, like Yanni pointed out, doesn't necessarily get you the results, and you have to weigh up the numbers all the time, because if something makes an economic sense, often it will make an environmental sense. When you subsidise or try and incentivise or force a behaviour, you will get unintended consequences. And one of the ones that was pointed out to us during our submissions was this council's anti-car policy, and how that has increased the net usage of oil in the city. Just because we tell people not to use cars doesn't mean they will, just means they'll go somewhere else. That somewhere else in this city just happened to be further, so the oil usage went up. Yes, cycling numbers have gone up. Coincidentally, at the same time, bus numbers have gone down. So is there a correlation? Was raised with me over the weekend that possibly there is. We need to be careful. Is climate change the biggest issue in the world? No, poverty is. You can't look, in fact it would be arrogant to look at a mother or a father in the eye who will have a dying child this week somewhere in the world, and there'll be plenty of them, and say we're not going to spend money on you now because we're going to save generations in 5 generations' time from having to move from a coastline. Poverty is a big issue, and by addressing poverty we also address climate change. And you know, the world got its knickers in a twist about COVID in the last year because it threw out the Western way of life considerably. and just under 2 million people died in a year. 1.7 million people die of dysentery every single year, and we don't exactly do a lot about that. Poverty is real, climate change is real. You can't deny climate change. It's like denying gravity or denying religion. They exist. It's all around us. So there aren't deniers, and to label people such just because they question the numbers of when you like, for instance, on a particular road, we might take out a lane and put in a cycleway. So we we decrease the traffic flow, which has a carbon increase when we've tried to decrease carbon by putting in the cycle lane. We have to do things in balance, and that is why you have a percentage of the population who aren't going along on this journey. And what we need to do as a council is take everyone along on the journey, have measurable outcomes and get to them, and always use math.
Thank you. I've just got a couple of things I'd like to say beforehand. There have been two kind of drivers that sit behind or two phrases that have been drivers for me. And I don't know who I'm quoting, and I like to attribute when I do with the first one, we're the first generation to see the impacts of climate change and the last generation to be able to do something about it. And I think we need to take that absolutely seriously. And I do know that it was Obama who said we cannot condemn our children and their children to a future that is beyond their capacity to repair. And that really ties in with the previous statement that there is an intergenerational responsibility that sits with us. And in terms of Christchurch being a low-lying coastal city, there are a couple of issues that are of particular relevance to us. One is in relation to the coastal environment and the impacts of sea level rise. The second is in relation to transport, because the single occupancy vehicle, the motor car that we heard before from James Daniels, that is a huge impact on our emissions. It's more than half. And we do need to address that as an issue. But we don't have the tools. Sitting around this table as the Christchurch City Council, because of the sort of unbelievable split between local government and regional government in terms of allocation of responsibility for public transport. So we have responsibility for active transport, but it should be fully integrated, a fully integrated public and active transport system, which we need to address. And I just wanted to share with you a quote from a letter that I wrote to the Minister a couple of years ago. And this was about transferring the responsibility from one to the other. But we've got the ability to transfer, but the model's broken, so transferring responsibility isn't enough. We need the opportunity to work with our two neighbouring districts so we can trial new ways of both procuring and delivering a fully integrated public and active transport system for the future. We need to be freed from the shackles of the public transport operating model, which the government's consulting on at the moment, and be allowed to trial the kinds of initiatives that we believe will make a difference. Free buses for children and students of all ages, for example. We need to trial electric shuttles that can be waved down on popular routes and around the CBD. We need to trial mobility as a service with an app or a dial-up service, connecting people to rapid transit routes with smart mechanisms to prioritise the movement of public transport. We have our own small technology pilot program, Smart City, which we believe we can use to initiate a partnership for a trial to occur. If we continue with the plan as required, it will limit the flexibility and adaptability for future demands, and that's part of the difference that we need to make. So thank you for all of the work that's been done on it. Sarah, I'll let you close the debate.
Thank you. Whatatahi Christchurch has been leading the way on planning for climate change, with our first climate change plan approved in 1995. But we haven't always acted on these plans. The pushback on action has been strong. But we have done many things, including switching our small fleet to EVs and building our major cycle routes. But to not approve an updated climate resilience strategy today and the associated budget in the long-term plan is to delay action from the organisation and our engagement with partners. This strategy directs work that is much more thorough and detailed than the previous climate smart strategy, and it's more ambitious. To go back to the old climate smart strategy from over a decade ago in 2010 is to miss opportunities and new ways of working together to effect change. We are a different council now. We are a different city. And probably for the first time as a council, we will be passing the budgets needed to get much of the work of the strategy underway on the same day in our long-term plan. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll put that motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. No. That's, so if you could note Aaron Kewen and Jana Johansson. Thank you. That's carried. Thank you very much. Thank you very much to the team too. Thank you. Now we'll move on to the 2021-31 long-term plan, and the first person that I'd like to invite forward is Kim Wallace, the chair of the Audit and Risk Management Committee, for a verbal update. We met on the 16th of April to consider the council's LTP process, and there has been a memo sent to councillors on the 17th of June, which she will now speak to. Well, welcome, Kim.
Lorena, and thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'm Kim Wallace, and I'm your independent chair of your Audit and Risk Committee, and delighted to be here in person today, rather than presenting on the big screen as I have done in the past. So thank you, Mia, for that introduction, and as you've stated, we met on the 16th of June last week to consider the long-term plan process. But firstly, I just want to give a little bit of an introduction that the Audit and Risk Management Committee is here as your assurance function, and we provide advice to council. So what we're looking for is that there is a proper and an appropriate process that has been followed, and that the significant assumptions and judgments are in fact reasonable and what we would believe to be appropriate. So when we met, we considered and reviewed a number of the attachments that are in your pack today. So we went through the process, including the management sign-offs, which I believe is your attachment K, and also we looked at the key judgments and assumptions, which is your attachment L as well. Not only that, we had a short form list of the key submissions that you had received from the public and what was considered through the process as well. So they were the three things that we in particular turned our minds to. Our deliberations included due inquiry, consideration and review of that as well. I'm comfortable as chair to sit here today and to advise you that I believe we have been appropriately updated and informed through the whole process of the long-term plan. So leading up into the consultation document and Audit New Zealand's issuance of their unmodified opinion on the 4th of March, we were involved up to that date regularly and had updates from staff, and then through post that we've also had updates from staff as well. Andy Burns, Audit New Zealand partner, is behind me and he's going to present next, but I'll just give an update on our verbal discussions that we had at the committee as well. We were advised last week that there would be an unmodified audit opinion issued on the long-term plan, which is good news. Sitting with Andy a moment ago, he was able to show me that written letter as well, so I've actually cited that final draft of that. One thing that to bring to your attention, as we were advised at the committee, there's one emphasis of matter in that letter, and so that just draws your attention to the fact that the Three Waters reform brings some uncertainty to the long-term plan judgments that have been made. However, that does not modify the opinion, it just draws that to people's special attention. Also at our audit meeting, we also considered the recommendations that came through in the Audit New Zealand formal report from the 4th of March. And also we talked about those recommendations, we reviewed those, and we are looking at some follow-up actions on that, but they are not major. But they are certainly including the capital assets management plan and how that is going to be worked through under the new structure. So just in conclusion, the committee resolved that in our opinion, an appropriate long-term plan process has been followed. And I also just want to take this moment to acknowledge Peter Ryan and the work that him and his team have done in this long-term plan. Thanks, Peter. And also to Andy Burns, who this will be his final engagement with Christchurch City Council as he is leaving Audit New Zealand as well. So thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions for Kim? No? No? Thank you very much for your presentation today.
Thank you.
Thank you. And on that note, can I invite Andy Burns to come forward for the last time supporting us through this process on behalf of Audit New Zealand. So thank you very much.
Okay, good morning everybody. The last time you saw me was on the 4th of March when I came along to tell you we were going to issue an unmodified opinion on the Council's consultation document. What that meant then was that we thought the consultation document was appropriate for consultation and it was on firm foundations, as in the underlying which supported the consultation document was appropriate and consistent with the consultation document. Flash forward to now, we're doing the final part of the audit, which is issuing an opinion on the long-term plan itself. What that opinion says is that we think this document is appropriate for decision making for the City Council, and it's also appropriate for accountability to the public in terms of how they measure Council's performance against it. And again, we reaffirm that the supporting information that sits on the long-term plan is up to date. The world moves on between March and now, so it's up to date as well as can be expected. Of course, the world will move on tomorrow, and something will change then, but at a point in time, the point that you adopt your long-term plan, that information is appropriate. Basically, we've looked at what's changed since the 4th of March, and we've been comfortable with what's changed has been reflected in the supporting information in all the various places. So at this point in time, our audit conclusion is that the opinion will be unmodified. I say at this point in time because we've got this unusual situation is that when you adopt your long-term plan, you adopt it with the audit opinion in it. That's available. But of course, the democratic process is still underway, and therefore it's possible that there could be changes which mean we can't adopt today if there's a significant change, but that's the democratic process, and we go away and, if that's necessary. Right now, the audit opinion is there. There's a letter of representation with Council to sign, and then that opinion is issued. The opinion, as Kim said, is an unmodified opinion, simply with an emphasis matter on the water reforms. So that's all I have to say.
There are a number of councillors who are new to this process, so I'll just get you to reflect on the significance of the amendment process, which you quite rightly describe as the democratic process. So if there are significant amendments passed by the council by majority, then that would require potentially for audit to have another look at the outcome of that.
Well, yeah, we'd have to. At the end of the day, the opinion comes with the adopted plan.
Yeah.
The opinion is saying that this is appropriate decision making and the information that supports it is appropriate. So at this point in time, it is appropriate. If you wanted to make significant change, then we'd need it. We can't just say, yeah, that's fine. If it's a significant item, we've got to actually audit it to understand the movements and be comfortable with those movements.
Okay. No, that's very helpful for councillors to understand. Sam?
Thank you. Thanks very much, Andy, for your work. It's been really good working with you, I think, through all of this. Okay. So just following on from Leanne's point, if significant amendments were to carry today, would our sign-off be subject to audit going away? I'm just trying to understand your timeline. Like, does it need to be struck by the end of this month?
Yes.
Yeah. So would we be signing off the LTP today? Because again, I'm new to it. Subject to audit assurance, or would we meet again?
No, we would have to meet again to adopt it.
Oh, perfect. Okay,
yeah.
Cool.
But we've got Wednesday set aside for that.
Yeah, I'm just trying to understand. There is room for significant amendments.
Time.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you,
Yanni.
Yeah. Just reading through the agenda, the one change that seems significant is around the tsunami warning system, where $3 million of new funding's been added at the end of the process. Have you looked at that specific?
Yanni, sorry, I don't know why you're asking the auditor, the representative of the Auditor General, that question, when it is not, that is a question for staff.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah.
I just was trying to get my sense around what's
We
significant
had a
or not
long
from your
debate
point of view.
about the tsunami warning system. We explained why it was being dealt with in this particular way. It was in order to meet legal requirements, as you might recall if you reflect on the particular occasion, but it was several months ago, so you may have forgotten. So I don't know that. Has anyone else got any questions for our auditor?
Sorry, I was just trying to understand the sense of what would be considered significant in terms of an amendment that would need to go back.
Not $3 million.
No, that's why I was asking, just from the auditor's point of view.
I think what Yanni's really asking is, he was using it by way of example because it's not a good example, but he's asking at what would the auditor, what would you consider as our auditor to be significant in terms of the review? Because I mean, staff have done an analysis of the amendments that have come through and indicated those that would probably be neither here nor there in terms of the greater scheme of things, but there are others that would assess that taking it across the line. So perhaps if you could give some advice to us about that.
Your Worship, the awful answer is it depends, because it does entirely depend on the item and the significance and sensitivity of it. The other issue, of course, is any cumulative impact as well. It's not just one item; it could be things that could continue to move up with material. So it's kind of keeping an eye on the ball as it goes.
Yeah.
Would $3 million be significant on its own? No, it wouldn't.
No. Okay. Melanie and then Sarah.
That was my question.
Right. Sarah?
Thanks so much for that. But the significance of changes here that might drive Audit New Zealand to have another look at our long-term plan, they're quite separate from any significance of changes that might require consultation, aren't they? So there are two separate processes there that would have to meet for significance, is that right?
Can we not use the Auditor General's office as a political point scoring game?
No, I'm just trying to get the process stuff.
Sorry, I don't know why you're interrupting the
Well, I thought you'd
question.
rule it out. I mean,
I didn't.
It's so disrespectful to the audit office.
I didn't hear what that was. Well, I don't know. I mean, we have received advice that there are some things that people wanted to move as amendments, which I'm going to rule out of order on the basis of the advice that I have received, that they would require additional consultation. And I mean, maybe that's. I mean, I don't know whether you can confirm that that's an acceptable.
So that wasn't my point.
process
My point. I was just checking. My question was whether I could actually speak without being interrupted. Yeah, you got to ask a question. I'm asking one. My question
I don't know what's
is the
going on
significance
here because I've missed something. Something is not
I don't
right.
I don't think there's a problem with this.
Well, I don't need help from all around the table. Can we just calm down and not create a sense of irritation around the table, which will affect my ability to chair the meeting? Thank you. Right, Sarah, ask your question.
So it was just checking that the significance of any changes that we might make that might require Audit New Zealand to relook at our LTP would be separate to the significance of changes under that might require additional consultation.
I'm going to rule them out of order. That's my point. My point is that when I have received advice that, and I mean I'm perhaps now looking for you for reassurance. But my understanding is that as the chair of this meeting, where I have received advice that it would require additional consultation or fresh consultation, then I'm going to rule them out of order. They're not going to even be put to the meeting.
I think if a point tripped your significance policy, that couldn't be then adopted today as a change in the long-term plan because you've got to go through a process.
Yeah.
You've got to adopt your long-term plan, and at some point in the future, if you wished to amend the long-term plan, there's a separate consultation process that we need to go through.
There are some changes that people are promoting, that they will promote as part of an annual plan process, which will go through a special consultative procedure where it's required under our significance policy.
Yeah.
Okay. Right, well, thank you very much. And look, can I thank you on behalf of everyone for helping us through these processes over a few years now. And we've really appreciated your kind and gentle way of approaching these deep and technical issues. And if you can thank the team for us as well. Much appreciated. Thank you. Right, so the next item is the resolutions. No, it's not. It's the staff presentation on the report, and I think that is now down to Peter Ryan, and Leah Scales, I think, is coming forward as well. Right, good morning.
Good morning.
The final run.
Yes, showtime. Before we dive into some of the technical matters and the detail, I think, having discussed it with Dawn, that it's worth spending 2 or 3 minutes just on the context of how we got to where we are now and the decisions that will be made today and possibly Wednesday. Your LTP that you're considering is based on the Councillor's letter of expectation from mid to late 2019. That contained 4 main themes: a strong focus on co-development with staff, meaning you wanted to see drafts of things rather than final product. You wanted to be involved in the building of those drafts. You wanted transparency around activity plans so that you got a chance to see the levels of service that the community will be getting. There was a consistent call for constraints around rates increases and a strong theme around resilience. So I guess the point of this brief context is to see how well we've addressed those 4 points. The process started early. It started in late 2019, which seems like an eternity ago. The details of the process were approved by both ELT and Council. We've been joined by Mr. Thompson as legal counsel. The process was pretty robust. It meant that staff were able to keep working on it right through lockdown. It is worth mentioning that there were 2 annual plans last year, one pre-COVID and one post-COVID, and that the impact of COVID at that time was pretty profound on our revenues and so forth. The plan was also built in conjunction with a savings program initiative driven by the CEO, which added another unusual complexity to 2020. There were over 100 hours of council LTP briefings, and you'll remember late last year there was a strong focus on especially understanding the capital program and in particular understanding our obligations around renewals of the city's infrastructure. A lot of New Zealand cities are suffering from issues around their assets and their ability to maintain them over time, and so that was a big focus for you and the technical staff in November and into January. The community consultation process was, as usual in Christchurch, longer than required by law. That was followed by an extensive series of hearings, and the summary of that community feedback is attached to the report. So that's the thematic analysis, which does a very good job of summarising what people told us and what we needed to listen to. That was followed by a very close and intense series of briefings with councillors to seek guidance on what changes you wanted to make to the draft LTP. And of course there were some. There always will be some when you get that much community feedback, and that's right and proper. Both the draft and the final LTP, if you've just heard, have received positive feedback from both Audit New Zealand and Audit and Risk Management Committee. So in summary, where we've got to is a final proposed LTP that contains no cuts to core levels of service to the community. In fact, very few cuts to levels of service. It contains an extensive capital program, one that is partly funded by central government, but it's certainly sufficient to move the city's infrastructure forward, and it contains increased funding to both roading and 3 waters. That is part of that emphasis on maintaining the city's core assets, which of course is linked to the resilience theme that we were given right at the very beginning. Finally, the rates proposal in the final LTP is less than that went out in the draft. It is also considerably less than that facing most New Zealand councils, or certainly many of the large metros. So in summary, what we have here is an LTP that for the first time since 2009 moves away from the post-earthquake sequence uncertainties. We've had a series of plans that have all been, in a way, compromised, if you like, necessarily so, by what will our insurance payout be? What is Sarah doing? All of those questions that we all remember with, well, I'm sure a degree of, disturbance around the life of the city. This is the first one in a decade that looks forward consistently on where the city wants to go. And that is the context of the decisions to be made today. That's where we've come from and how we got here. I'm now going to hand over to Leah as Chief Financial Officer, unless, of course, there are questions and they're accepted by the Chair. No? Okay, thank you very much, and I'll move to Leah.
Thanks, Peter. So where we are today, we have taken into account from the draft and taken into account the rating base growth, which is higher than we sort of had anticipated. We are in a good position to be at taking the rates increase from 5.56 to 4.85 at this stage. That has gone through audit, so that also includes all the councillor directions that we have had, and we are sitting there at the stage. But doesn't take into account any decisions today. The projected rates increase across the years has gone up over the later years, specifically to the increase in interest rates. As you'll be aware, late last year we were looking at negative OCR rates. Now they have increased. However, things are looking pretty good. Our borrowing has decreased, and that is mainly due to our COVID debt not having for our current year surplus. So our starting point is actually lower, which has flowed through into the LTP numbers as well. Based on our key borrowing ratios, our net debt to revenue is 178% in 21-22, which is slightly lower than the draft, and well within the council's current limit of 300,000. The forecast peak of 235% occurs in 27 and 28, which is down from the 244 in the draft. Based on all of this, I think we are comfortable unless there's any specific questions.
Right. Have councillors got any questions? Yanni.
Just at a high level, I guess what I'm struggling to understand, and just to give you very, tangible example of something that's been allowed and something that's been ruled out because it needs more consultation.
Yanni, can we leave the amendments till later?
But I just, at a high level, kind of want to understand, because, a lot of stuff that submitters have raised, some has been added, some has been excluded, and I'm still not quite clear on what basis.
These are not the people who have given me advice on that. Could we stick
Happy
to the
ask
questions in
later.
relation to the LTP?
Sure. Yeah.
Sam.
Yeah, thanks very much, team, for all your work. I know you've spent hours and hours with us doing it. Just looking, talking about the debt headroom and that, and Leah, I flagged it last week at Audit and Risk as well, and it still sits in the back of my mind as a concern. It's the risk we've identified around the potential for a credit rating downgrade because of our level of borrowing. Have you got anything? It's probably just useful in a public forum to kind of share, I guess, how that's mitigated. And I guess if that was to occur, what the impacts would be financially for the council.
Okay, so in regards to, Councillor McDonald was asking about the impact on our credit rating, S&P credit rating, and he is correct. It is highlighted one of our, what we've deemed as a moderate risk in regards to the level of borrowing. The way we manage that is we take into account, obviously, our policies. We have interest rate and credit rate risk policies that takes into account, we forecast our future debt, and we have hedging in place to actually try to monitor both our refinancing risks. So when debt that has been is coming off, if it's a big jump, so we only have so much maturing at any given time, and we have interest rate risk, so we put what we call swaps in place, our hedging in place. So that way we can monitor if we take interest rates out now, but we can monitor it and have forward swaps to actually try and limit the impact going forward. That is going, given the level of debt that this council was looking at, this is something that we are going to be working a lot more stronger on. It is a bit of my background as well, obviously. So, and Miles and I are taking a very a very big look at this to actually monitor that. The impact, as you said, if we did get a downgrade, would have it's usually one notch of a downgrade is about 10 basis points on the interest rate that we actually can borrow on. So it is significant when you're looking at the level of debt that we are forecast to increase over this life of the LTP.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Peter, you spoke at the Audit and Risk Committee the other day. You've done a lot more of these than I have. This is my third one. So what you made a comment about the number that you've been involved in and reflected on the significance of the process that was adopted this time. Would you like to repeat that for everyone?
Between work in Christchurch since 2005, plus work for Brisbane and Cape Town and other cities, this is my 27th corporate plan for a local government. I haven't seen a stronger process or one that's had better cooperation between councillors and staff. I don't feel that there was anything that wasn't on the table. It was open and transparent. The fact that it was able to keep going during the lockdown is a good sign. Christchurch City in general was able to work through the lockdown, and Auckland, for example, had a lot of technical problems with that. So yeah, a strong, robust process, and I think that's reflected in all the feedback we've had from the various auditors and assurers. I think there was also a lot of goodwill between the staff and between staff and councillors to get it right. I do feel it's a good, strong plan with very few weaknesses. It's a good all-rounder. It will take the city forward.
Thank you. All right. So that's the presentation from staff. So thank you. And now we move on to the resolution of the recommendations 1 to 3, and they are in front of us. So I'm going to deal with the first set of resolutions 1 to 3, and I'm going to deal with the temporary suspension of standing orders, and then I'm going to adjourn the meeting so that we can do some further work and preparation. Well, I might just talk briefly about the process when we come back. So the first one is the resolution that we receive the information included and attached to the staff report, note the recommendations of the Audit Risk Committee, and confirm the authority of the Mayor and Chief Executive to sign the letter of representation to Audit New Zealand. So I will move those motions, and Andrew will second those. And are there any questions, any debate? I shall put that motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. That's carried. Now I'll move on to the temporary suspension of standing orders, which people will no longer be restricted to speaking only once. So listen very carefully. And the limits on numbers of speakers, the general procedure for speaking and moving motions. That means if you've moved a motion, doesn't mean you can't move an amendment, so all of those things are temporarily suspended so that we can have a general overarching debate as we go through the different elements of the LTP. So I'll move the temporary suspension of standing orders, and I presume Andrew would like to second that. Any questions? Any debate? I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. That's carried. Now, what will happen after the adjournment? So I'm going to adjourn the meeting for a long morning tea. So when we come back, we're going to so the way the LTP is structured is that the LTP went out. We had the consultation, we had submissions, we've considered the submissions, it's come back, and there are a number of recommendations that have been made to alter the LTP during that process. And so they've been divided into the Mayor's recommendations, which are largely the general direction that councillors have given as we've gone through. So there's been guidance given by councillors as we've gone through. That's how the Mayor's recommendations have been developed, and the Chief Executive's recommendations have picked up all the staff elements of the LTP process that have needed to be addressed as well. There are a number of amendments that councillors would like to test the meeting on, and depending on what happens to those amendments, and depending on the nature of each of those amendments, there may be an impact on the LTP, and it may be of significance and may require further audit consideration, and it may not. So, but we will work through those issues, and I would like councillors to know what the impact is if the, amendments were passed. And the other thing that I would really like people to be thinking of all the time is the cumulative effect of any amendments that are passed. And we will ask, we'll take breaks. We don't have to rush. We've got 2 days for this, and so we'll take breaks and make sure that we've gone through these. So, but in order to really give effect to a good quality public debate about the issues, we've divided the Mayor's recommendations up into different headings. So we're going to deal with the climate change, sustainability, resilience, coastal hazards, all of those issues in one block. Then we'll deal with infrastructure, which is essentially your three waters and transport. Then we'll deal with community facilities and services. And then we'll deal with other, which are the kind of general topics. And then we'll come back and deal with the targeted rates, the rates for emissions, the excess water charge, and then the setting of the rates itself. So, but we'll deal with the general issues, and then at the setting of the rate, that's when we will have an overarching final debate on the whole of the LTP. And that's where councillors get an opportunity to speak about the elements of the LTP that they want to address in the public arena in this way. And I'm literally going to go around the table for that process, because anyone can speak. I want everyone to have the opportunity to speak on that fulsome debate. Not everyone has to speak on all of the other subjects that are put up, but you are welcome to, because we've got the time to deal with this. So I'm going to adjourn the meeting, and I think I'll adjourn the meeting till 11:30, so I'll see everyone back here at 11:30, and at that stage we will have in front of us a set of recommendations and amendments where people can essentially go through them piece by piece. Aaron.
Just a really quick question on the amendments. So I understand the advice of if people are adding stuff that puts the budget up, then it has to go back to the auditor. What if it's the opposite and goes down? Significant, obviously.
I haven't got any amendments that I'm going to be ruling in order that do that. When I come back, I will be in a position to explain the legal basis or the advice that I have been given. Brilliant. That will rule certain amendments out. Yanni, did you have a question?
You want me to ask it now around the amendment process?
No. You might as well ask it now. It doesn't mean you. So not of staff.
Of you?
Yeah, ask it of me, and I may answer it when I come back.
Fine, but just to be really explicit, right? Just to give you a very real example of where something's been added and hasn't been told that we need further consultation, and something has been rejected as an amendment to add something that someone submitted on. So the Shirley Community Centre, we're adding and I'm not talking about the substance of the amendment, just the process, just want to be clear. We're adding $3 million in because people came and talked to us and said, can you please put $3 million in for the Shirley Community Centre? And so that's been ruled fine. The Phillipstown people talked about putting resource into their community, and that amendment to add $3 million for a Phillipstown hub has been ruled out of order, that further consultation must occur. Same quantum of funding, same process in terms of submitters.
I will answer that when we come back. Thank you.
Cool.
All right, so we're adjourned till 11:30. Thank you. late coming back. I have been taking additional advice on the amendments, which are kind of described as read, and I want to take you through the different amendments. But before we adjourned, Jani Johansson asked me for advice on an example of two things, one which we will proceed with and one which we won't proceed with. And as a result, I think it's actually a very good piece of advice which will help understand the generic issue. But what I'm going to do is proceed to the climate change, coastal hazards, sustainability section of the debate. And the reason that I'm going to proceed to do that, and I don't know what's... People take things out of my calendar, out of my inbox, and then I can't find them. Where is it? Sorry, I had advice. Where's it gone? Oh, here it is. Right. But what I'll do is I'll come back and I'll provide advice on each of the individual amendments that I'm ruling out of order later on in the morning or first thing this afternoon. So I will go through each one of them and provide the advice that I have on each one of them, and then I'll rule them out of order. So, but the fact that we're moving on to the climate change section won't impact us dealing with any of those at all. Right, so the question around, Jani asked the question in regards to the $3 million for the Phillipstown hub, and how is this different to the Shirley Community Centre request where money was put on budget? The answer to that is that the Shirley facility actually had approximately $3 million on budget, and this was removed. Shirley was discussed in detail during the deliberations, including feasibility, OPEX and whole of life costs. There will be an updated feasibility study. This is not a commitment to build. Staff are working with the Phillipstown hub on their existing facility. This facility is noted in the Community Facility Network Plan. However, as councillors know, clarity is needed on the existing facility before informed alternatives are entertained, because at this stage we don't have that particular answer, and we will continue to work with that community in supporting them find a resolution to it. So that's the difference between the two. So now I'm going to move to the Mayor's recommendations, CE recommendations and amendments, and the first person I'm going to invite to speak is the Chief Executive, who will speak to matters being progressed by staff as set out in Attachment C.
Thank you, Mayor. So I'm not actually going to go through line by line through the report because I'm sure you will all have read it. What I wanted to reiterate, though, was we have gone through a very detailed discussion over many, many months. I'm very pleased to hear Peter say that in his 27th annual plans that he's gone through, that this has been the most thorough that he has experienced. I think it's fair to say a little bit of British budgetary process has been brought into the system, as this is my first LTP as well. The other thing I think is critically important is that we have tied climate change into the base of the LTP for the first time. And dovetailing our work together on the climate change strategy is setting the foundation stones for what this council will need to do in the future. The fundamentals still remain the same around affordability and deliverability, and I wish to acknowledge the work that elected members, Deputy Mayor and Mayor and all of our staff have done over this period, because it has been very thorough and it has looked at everything that we could possibly have done. There are two additions to the recommendations that I wish to bring to your attention. The first in the infrastructure stream, which is in relation to Phillipstown Ferrymead Master Plan, which is CE6B. There has been an addition that says, noting that the minor safety interventions programme of work is planning to implement some pedestrian improvements. This is included in the existing budgets and likely to be implemented in FY22 or FY24. And in the other section, and I can just get to it. There we are. In the other section, which is headed LTP process review, CE 14, there is an additional 14B, and that the Council requests the Chief Executive to prepare a report to the Council within 2 months on the items that were deemed to be outside of the long-term plan process. In our deliberations and in your debate today, there will be things that ultimately are outside of the LTP, but I do not wish to ignore those. I want to be able to bring suitable advice, whether that's a report, whether that's something that could fit into the annual plan process, or whether in reality it's things we could actually do in year. I want so that I can assure you those matters will be picked up and reported back to Council within 2 months. So that's the only additional elements, Mayor, that I wish to bring to your attention.
Thank you. So now we'll move to the resolution. Sorry?
Of the Chief Executive on the 2 issues she's just raised.
Sure.
Just in regards to Phillipstown, I did put in a request for the financial information, but I still haven't received it.
Excuse me, you said you wanted to ask the Chief Executive about the issue she raised.
Yeah, that's right. She just raised the Phillipstown Ferry Road Master Plan and said that there was an additional noting. Yes. But what I've asked for is actually how much money is currently on budget, what is the cost of that work, and also because, and I've sent this stuff around, quite some time ago, about 3 weeks ago, still haven't had the answer. So I appreciate the acknowledgement that something's going to happen, but I'd really like to understand the budget that's attached to it. And also I put the question about the drainage, because at our board we were told that one of the issues along here is the condition of the drainage. So
I'm not in a position, Councillor Johansson, to answer that specific as I sit here now.
Can we get
I'm
an
sure
answer
my
before
officers
Wednesday?
will have heard that, and we will try, if it's possible, to give you that information today. If not, I will tell you that is the case.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Thanks. Just one quick question. Dawn, just about your report that is going to come back.
Yeah.
Are we looking actually, where's the public visibility part of that in terms of today's process? Because obviously there was a lot of items, and it's actually making sure that the public are aware that we have listened to it and this is what we're going to be expecting back within that 2-month period.
Thank you, Councillor Davidson. We will actually provide what we're calling the blues to members, and so that there is visibility of that today. We're just collating all of that stuff into one sheet for the blues, so we can actually say what they are.
It'll be put online, and, and it will be an attachment to the resolution that we pass.
Thank you.
So, yeah. Thank you. Right. So now we'll move to the first of the generic items, and I'd like to move the Mayor's recommendations. Do I have a seconder for that? Andrew, and I will I think, yeah, I'm just okay. Are there any questions? Right, I'll now we do need to move the amendments, so the amendments need to be moved, don't they?
Yeah.
Yeah. So can we have the mover and seconder for pest-free Banks Peninsula amendment? Sorry, I've got the amendments written down somewhere, but I just can't. There's so many.
I'm happy to move it.
We haven't got the movers and seconders on the amendments, have we? No.
Most of them, there were a couple that we were missing, so I haven't got that one.
Right, so that's councillor Cotter, seconded by Melanie Coker. And the EV charging, that's councillor Cotter, seconded councillor... Oh, sorry. Templeton, and seconder is Jake McClellan. The Biodiversity Fund is councillor Cotter, seconded councillor Coker. Significant Natural Areas Identification, councillor Cotter, second councillor Chen. And biodiversity... No, that one's...
I'm not sure if we need some further advice on this one, because I'm not sure if that was included or not.
Yeah, look, that biodiversity one, that A21, doesn't belong there. It's been put somewhere else, so that comes out. That the council allocates 500k of capex for regional parks ecology recovery. That's moved councillor Cotter, seconded councillor Davidson. Yes? Right. Okay, so... So
we're doing the amendments first.
Right. Well, we're going to debate the whole thing. So,
we've got an additional
as I
amendment.
moved it, I'm going to start off the debate. Sorry? I'm just going to note too that in rubbish recycling and organics, I've just added around the information regarding the Atlas quarter and time for the 22-23 annual plan. So we'll be able to address that in time for the next annual plan. So thank you for those that
3 minutes.
raised that. Sorry? Yeah.
And 3 minutes for everybody else, yeah?
So, look, thank you. Yep.
So just so we get our process smooth, to start with, just a question around the one you just mentioned, because it had been put by as an amendment and then ruled out of order, but it had been submitted on during the process. So why can that... Can
I come back to the ruling out of order later? I mean, I will go through each and every one of them. This one, it is a shame, but in terms of setting the rates, we can't do it. Sorry, sorry, I didn't think that any of the red ones were in that first.
I would have thought
grouping.
Phil's one around the rubbish was.
Sorry, I didn't think there were any. Yeah, so a new rates remission is not an LTP matter. Section 1024 of the Local Government Act provides that a local authority may amend its rates remission policy at any time after consulting on the proposed amendment in a manner that gives effect to the requirements of Section 82, which is a special consultative procedure. We haven't conducted a special consultative procedure. This will all be wrapped into the work that's going to be done in time for us to do so with the annual plan. So that's the reason for ruling it out of order, which I now do on that particular one. Right.
Does that mean that you're going to give an explanation as to what's been ruled out of order per chunk, and does that mean that this is now part of this chunk's debate, the Atlas Quarter, or is it in rates and remission, which is where I would have thought it was?
You can debate it there.
In this section.
You can debate it either which way. You can debate it here and you can debate it there. You can mention it twice. But I've ruled out, I wasn't going to do this here, but it was raised specifically as this issue. I should have perhaps trusted myself and stuck to the fact that there weren't any of the red amendments in this section that required me to comment specifically. So now, I would like to introduce this section of the debate, and I think that this is an extremely important part of our long-term plan. When we set out our letter of expectations to the Chief Executive, which was a message to the organisation as well, we said that risk and resilience was it was the baseline, it was the foundation upon which the LTP had to be built. Climate change and coastal hazards adaptation is a critical part of that. And ensuring that we are able to work in a really collaborative way with our coastal communities is very, very important. And when we think about all of the issues sitting in around what is, our city, a low-lying coastal city, it's very easy when you're thinking about the future in terms of land use planning to look at areas where people don't live. It's very easy to put it into your district plan that we will not build there. But when people already live there, then there are all sorts of challenges that need to be gone through. And we've got a number of communities, they're quite separate communities, all dotted throughout Banks Peninsula and of course along our coastline here alongside the city. These are the issues that we need to work with each individual community in terms of what those adaptation arrangements may well be. I wanted particularly, though, to speak about the Otakaro-Avon River corridor, which I'm hoping that we will one day refer to as a sanctuary, as a particular place where people lived, where their lives were disrupted, their homes were devastated, their communities were essentially destroyed. And now look at the incredible legacy that this place offers our city, not only in terms of climate change, and it does. I mean, this is alongside a river. If we had still had houses along there, imagine the impact of the floods, the storm that came through our region just a couple of weeks ago. And I think that it's an incredible legacy that's been left for our city. This particular amendment or recommendation enables us to pick up what a number of the community members have said. Let's ensure that the Stop Bank project enables the construction of the City to Sea pathway, but also, and that pathway is completed within 3 years, so people have got it clear that this is work that can be done, and also at the same time to ensure that elements of the Otakaro-Avon River major cycleway route are able to be developed at the same time. There are a number of decisions that we're going to have to take as a council in order to facilitate that, but this is the baseline to get it done. And of course, my little dream project, I'm sorry, but I've had to have one all for myself, and that's the requiring the Chief Executive to prepare a single activity management plan or a activity plan for the Otakaro-Avon River corridor to be considered as part of the next annual plan. This is the coordination of parks, three waters, land drainage and transport. And by the time that this is signed off, hopefully by the council next year, we will have in place a vision for a co-governance arrangement that will enable this sanctuary to be very much the legacy that it should be. So now I'll hand it over to the councillors. Anyone? Yanni.
Thank you. I think through the LTP process, we heard really clearly from a number of groups who were concerned about the environment and about our waterways. The staff advice that we've had received back, that with the proposed funding that we currently have, the council will just be meeting its requirements for mitigating the adverse stormwater quality and flooding effects of growth. And in 2 priority catchments, we'll be providing some treatment of existing urban discharges. However, across the city as a whole, the proposed level of funding will result in further degradation of waterways due mainly to the inadequate funding for reducing contaminant discharges from existing urban areas and implementing habitat restoration to improve waterway health and reducing sediment discharges from the Port Hills. The staff recommended that currently the proposed funding for these 2 programs is $5 million compared with the staff recommendation in July 2020 of funding of 30 million. So basically they said to facilitate some improvement in the health of our waterways and stormwater quality across the city, staff would recommend reinstatement of the funding for projects and programs which were recommended by staff for inclusion in the LTP in July 2020. I'm really disappointed that my amendment to add that additional $25 million has been ruled out of order, given that it was staff advice to actually do that. And if we want to really improve the water quality, which I believe we should all want to do, then we actually have to put additional money on budget. And so, yeah, I just think, while it's great to see some of the Healthy Waterways money going in, we actually need millions, tens of millions, rather than hundreds of thousands, to actually get a better outcome over the life of this LTP. So I don't think we're doing enough. I think we need to do more. And so obviously I'm not going to vote against the Healthy Waterways ones that are being put forward, but I just wanted to highlight that there's been a huge amount of money being spent on the Avon Otakaro, and for the Apawaho Heathcote, the money that's been spent pales in comparison to what is a really significant urban river that is completely polluted and contaminated and needs some additional investment. So that's why I put forward the extra 25 million, and that's why I'm so incredibly disappointed that this council is not seeing fit to put that on budget, and even worse, that resolution, based on staff advice, you know, in the plan, has been ruled out of order. So I do think it's important in terms of the EV charging as well, that we support that, but we should actually do so on the condition that there's an equal geographic spread. When I got the map from council staff around where the EV charging stations are going in our city, you can see very clearly that the eastern parts of the city and the lowest socioeconomic areas have not been having EV chargers installed. So if we're going to put up this money, then let's take an equity approach to it, as we've heard through the climate change submissions. Thank you.
Thank you. Pauline and then Anne.
Look, I'm really sorry to admit I'm not sure of the process here. So is it for me now to talk to the amendments that I've put up in this group?
You can talk about the whole.
Anything. Okay, thank you. Yep. So, okay, so I'm looking at the pest-free Banks Peninsula. So we currently had a $60,000 a year pest-free program, Banks Peninsula. That's kind of been rolled into the one of the other partnership programs that we've set up. But I really want to see this as a standalone project continuing, because there's a risk if this gets lost. And we're also relying on our communities to achieve this outcome through this partnership as well. And it's incredible value for money because it's delivered by volunteers. So, as I said, it does need to be a standalone fund so it doesn't get lost. If the program stalls, then lots of the previous work would be undermined and threatened. So we've got to get on board with the vision for New Zealand to be pest-free by 2050. And in fact, we have an opportunity to be one of New Zealand's leading projects in pest-free. So if we don't nurture nature, we'll have no future, and we have now a strong social licence to fund this program, as it's already shown huge success. It's a continued program, thanks to the wonderful, passionate, selfless and visionary volunteers who are driving this. So I would really like to see this as a standalone, pull it out of the partnership one that we've set it in, and have it as a standalone. The Biodiversity Fund, we had people coming in, that's A19, requesting that we put that up to 40,000. The staff recommendation is 250. So that's the fund that we partner with private landowners, and we provide 50% of funding for. It's usually waterway protection or plantings. So there was a request for that to be increased, and it could be delivered. If the cumulative response becomes a little bit too much, I'm prepared to reduce that, but at the moment I'd like to see that put up to 400,000. The significant natural areas, A20, there is an indication that when the government policy statement comes out for Indigenous biodiversity, they will want that work done by 2025. So I've put approximately $100,000 or one full-time employee to accelerate the program for council to identify our significant natural areas. This is really, really important work, that we protect our Indigenous biodiversity, but first of all we have to identify it. And then finally, A21, the allocation of 500,000 CapEx for regional parks ecological recovery per year. And this is for our public land, whereas most of our other schemes are for private land. This is also for areas outside of Banks Peninsula. There are a lot of areas in Christchurch that we do need to see ecological recovery in. We've got drylands, we've got McLean's Island, we've got the Sticks. The list goes on. We do have a focus on Banks Peninsula, and rightly so, because there's a very active community there. But I would really like to see that supported today. And
all good.
I agree with Yanni on the EV. I think we need a definite program on where the best places for those are. Thanks.
Anne.
Yeah, kia ora, thank you, and thank you for these recommendations. I think they're incredibly positive and reassuring, actually. And as we talked about in the previous adoption of the climate resilience strategy, this is about we have to achieve those things. We have to have behaviour change, and so what you've included here with the extra money to Enviro schools, the internship for the parks job creation, those things, and there's another one I can't just see, coordinator, the travel coordinator to work with schools to design and champion and implement travel plans for students to develop active. All of those things are about behaviour change, and it's really exciting to see those things, particularly that kind of integrated approach to working with schools and kids to get them travelling to school in an active way and out of cars. So thank you for these, and very supportive. And what was Obama's quote again? Because could you say? We don't have to repeat it, but yeah, Obama's quote is that's being fulfilled, in what we have here.
Would you like me to share
yes,
it
please.
again? I did write it down. We cannot condemn our children and their children to a future that is beyond their capacity to repair.
Yeah. So thank you.
Thank you. Andrew?
Thank you. I'm pleased to see some strong recommendations in this area, and I'm pleased to see some amendments that further strengthen those. The areas of biodiversity, ecological recovery, climate change considerations, environment were very strong items that came through in both written and heard submissions. I'll speak to a couple of the amendments first. Pest-free Banks Peninsula, the 60,000 per annum referred to in the amendment has been on budget in the last couple of years as a result of a particularly good annual plan decision that was made previously. This work is underway. It's certainly deserving of continued funding, and any uncertainty or break in funding would result in regression. The whole point of pest-free work is that you start it, you continue it, and you get the benefits. If there was any break in service, it would lead to regression. I'm supportive of the EV charging. Whilst at the same time as we are supporting migration to EV, we also need to be focusing on mode shift. I think this is Council playing its part in encouraging people into electric vehicles. It's something we should be doing. And then more generally, I'm supportive of the amendments that strengthen our input into biodiversity. We heard time and time again in submissions not only support for the work that Council is doing in the biodiversity space itself, but also support and description of a huge amount of work that's going on by private landowners, by community organisations and other groups in this space. So I support the amendments that increase the funding in these areas, noting, as Paulina said, that this is for all parts of the city and not just for Banks Peninsula. The Coastal Hazards Adaptation Plan funding, there's some great work already going on in coastal adaptation planning. This now allows for a lot of the interventions and items that have been talked about in that work to be fully funded and therefore fully implemented as they should be. On the Otakaro Avon River Corridor, I'm very pleased to see this funding put in place. It's time that we really start to take advantage of the massive opportunity that this area represents. This incredible legacy, this unique opportunity, yes, stems out of some unfortunate situations that came about as a result of the earthquake for homeowners in this area, but now represents a huge opportunity that we need to grab with both hands and get on with, which represents a very positive future legacy for all of us. And then finally, the grants funding and partnerships, particularly the biodiversity and rangers interventions, allows for realistic partnerships to be well supported with a wide range of groups, many of whom we heard from during the consultation processes, and all of are doing a significantly good job in restoring our ecology.
Thank you. Jake.
I just wanted to say that obviously the future of the Otakaro Avon River corridor is really important, and that while there's still lots of work to do, work that councillors will be voting on long after my time has finished and done here, in fact, the implications of the next rep review mean that that I'll have an increased responsibility for this area in the next term. Election pending.
If you're lucky enough.
Election pending, and it's with that in the back of my mind that I'm really pleased to support the mayoral recommendations today to actually put a lot of this work together. And I think that's good and that's sensible, because with a project as important like this, it's best delivered with a conscious effort from this table to break down those council silos. And the next thing, obviously, to watch in this space is making sure that we get the governance exactly correct.
Tim?
Thank you, and I'll be supporting this as well, although we do need to live within our resources. So I think we've got to be careful where we, and look really hard at where we spend our money. So I'm finding it very hard to support with regards to the EV charging stations. If you look at the growth of EV cars, it's huge. The government's just put out an incentive to buy a new electric vehicle of over $8,000 for the vehicle. So I think that if we are going to spend money on this as a whole, I don't think we should be assisting private landowners putting in EV stations. So I find it very hard. I would far prefer to put that money to other areas that are struggling, because we have a whole holistic approach to look at. And with regards to that, the piece that you see up there, A21, I totally support it, but when it mentions regional parks only, I can't support that. We have some outstanding features in our city that are not regional parks and are just as important. And I'll mention two quickly. King George V Reserve, which is a small reserve along the Heathcote River. The local community and some specialists have done some outstanding work there with council staff, and it is incredible to go there and see what they have done. On the other hand, Coronation Reserve is a very sad reflection of what can happen if you do not keep your eye on the ball. It could be an incredible place to nurture and show our children what you can really do with a piece of land. And right across the joint between urban and rural along the Port Hills is pest issues right across there. So when we're talking about an individual area, pests don't see the lines that divide a checkerboard of between parts of Banks Peninsula or the urban environment. They move as the food allows and the living is easy. So we should actually have, I think, a better overview of Christchurch Otatahi and its whole environment. So I will be supporting this. I'm struggling to support several things in it. Thank you.
Thank you. Melanie?
Yeah, I'll be supporting the Mayor's recommendations that we've come to together to speak to a few things. I'm very pleased that we're funding Enviro schools again. I do personally think that actually our funding level is not really sufficient. At quick calculation, Selwyn District Council's funding about 49 cents per person towards Enviro schools, whereas we're only giving 19 cents, and we actually have a lot of schools who participate in that. So I would prefer that was more, but I will support it. I am happy with the Healthy Waterways facility for the Apauaho Heathcote, facilitator for the Apauaho Heathcote, and I'm particularly pleased about the new urban park ranges, the 3 new ones that we will have that will be able to work in places like Coronation Reserve, because we currently only have 2, and this is more, it's doubling the number across the city, and they're oversubscribed as it is. I'm also pleased that we've responded to the request from groups coming in around the Biodiversity Fund. However, I will be supporting the amendment to increase it to 400,000. We've been told by staff that that is very much oversubscribed, and 400,000 it will all be used up easily, and we all know that every dollar spent by groups like such as that is, gives many dollars back in value. So I think higher funding there is necessary. Regarding EV charging, I support that as well. And if you think about where EV chargers are, where people can use them for free, they're places like malls and supermarkets, which are private properties. So if we can encourage more people to use those places and charge their EV cars that they get with this discount there, and they can do it in different parts of the city, different geographic areas, then I'm all for that. I think that's a great idea. So I'll be supporting that amendment. And I think more money towards SNA areas, significant natural areas, is important because it's actually a huge amount of work that staff are swamped with. So supporting them with that would be very good. And I also support the 500,000 of capex to regional parks ecological recovery, because we have been told by our staff that they are struggling to look after our regional parks. So there are very specific areas of biodiversity that are unique, and that they can't deal with that at the moment. They're too busy doing everything else. So there's really a lot of money that we could be putting into there that would be useful for the future. So I'll be supporting that as well.
Anyone else? Sarah? Aaron? Phil? Jimmy?
So climate and biodiversity. And I'll start with a different president. Don't tell me what you value, show me your budget, and I'll tell you what you value. That's President Biden in a pre-president time. This morning we signed off Kia Turoa Te Ao, our climate resilience strategy, and this LTP is the first to have a climate lens. We voted overwhelmingly in favour of telling people what we value, and now we have the opportunity to put the resourcing in place to walk the talk. We have programs already in place, and now we're proposing even more resourcing for climate action in targeted areas: transport, education, sequestration and adaptation, on partnerships and on leadership. The new research is clear. Predators impact the ability of our native ecosystems to store carbon, and predator control can boost sequestration by 15%. The current work is fantastic and enables hundreds of volunteers to track predators, so I'm pleased to support the additional funding now. The Climate Commission is clear that we need to both promote active and public transport, but also to enable the transition to more electric vehicles. They are not the be-all and end-all. They don't solve our other issues such as congestion, but they are crucial for the transition to a low-carbon transport system. Perception is reality in many cases, and this is one. Range anxiety is real, and knowing that there are charges across the city removes one barrier to the switch to an EV for many people, and allows those travelling here from out of town to charge while they visit. The Climate Commission's final advice was very clear, that more public charging infrastructure was needed, specifically to support those properties going in with no off-street parking in our urban areas. As a council, we've been working with businesses across the city to install publicly available EV chargers installed on private property, and a small grant has been available for them to nudge them across the line through the old cafe funding. And I think that I'd be really happy to ask staff to make sure that we look across the city at where the gaps are and to actively work towards filling them. Our regional parks cover a large part of our district, and while we've been supporting private landowners to protect areas of natural significance, we're doing very little on our own public land, and the ecological recovery capex will allow us to do this work, so I'll be supporting Pauline's amendment. We have put on additional funding to work on our urban parks and reserves, and this is going to be really welcomed by those various community groups who have asked us to do that. Our communities asked us during the hearings, and they told us to partner with them, and so we're stepping up in this space, enabling more volunteers and more action, a much more collaborative way than we have consistently done before.
I've got Aaron next.
Majority of things here to support obviously makes sense. I do have some sympathies for what Councillor Johansson raised around the Heathcote River. Certainly this council's dereliction of duty for many years on taking care of that waterway is unacceptable. We look after lots of other waterways and get them in really good shape, including one in my ward that won an award for the best improvement in the country. It'll be great if this council one day gets to pick up an award for that when it comes to the Heathcote, and it should be a goal of everyone at this table. The others around rubbish and recycling, I think as a council we've still got a lot of work to do to lift our game on rubbish and recycling. We need to do a far better job. When we're told that glass is crushed up and put under roads as a filler is recycling, I'd have to call that one out. Most people, if you ask them, when they put their glass in a recycling bin, where they think it's going, they think it's being melted and turned back into glass to be reused, because that is the form of recycling we learnt about at primary school. But as a council, we dump it under roads as a filler. It doesn't have a value. So we need to lift our game in recycling. We can do much better. The EV charging one's an interesting one, because I'm assuming we all got the email last week. I certainly did, from a bloke who owns an EV and gave us a bit of a schooling on it, and said that he also charges his at home using solar, and that's the only place he ever charges it. So why would we be putting in charging stations anywhere else? The average EV has a range of 150 kilometres, and in New Zealand the average use is 30 kilometres. So charge it at home. It's your car, it's your money, or at work for free like Jake does.
Aaron, Phil.
I totally support this, the Avon River Corridor thing, and I just want to put my name forward in front of Dawn to make sure I get on the co-governance group so I can help get it along, even though I shouldn't say. Dawn, there's Dawn, Chief Executive. Anyway, and the other thing about the changing the rubbish around for the Atlas Quarter in town, that we've been asking the staff, going to ask the staff to come up with a way that can happen, because people are paying twice. The other one is EV charging. I can't agree with this, because BP pay for a fuel station. Orion should be paying for the electric station. They're the ones that are selling the power and making the money. So why should we pay for something that the provider should pay for? And 200 grand will not go far, because I know for a fact that Orion are shifting a lamppost out in a street we're doing, and it's 35k to shift it 20 metres. So 200 grand ain't going to go anywhere. But it should be down to the provider who gives the energy to help the private people put them in if they want them. Thank you.
Jimmy.
In this action program, we will be reviewed in an annual basis. If not practical, then we can revise. If the findings not sufficient, more or less, then we can put on the annual basis in our annual plan to have a further amendment. So generally speaking, and high level one, I fully support this one. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? No? James.
Kia ora. To quote a recent president, and to paraphrase really, I'm talking about swimming pools, and there's a community up St Albans way around Edgware who want to build a pool, and I'm just saying to them, build 4 walls and put water in it. Okay, so can you pass that on? But speaking of pools, I'm really pleased that we took those submissions and we listened and thought through what the feeling was about various things, and swimming pool is one of them. I'm talking about wharenui, of course.
Really into that subject yet. We're having separate debates. We're on the sustainability, climate change,
we're not there
coastal
yet.
hazards,
Well,
the Otakaro Avon River corridor.
Sustainability of the swimming pool.
No, it's a separate debate.
If you want to go more free flow in terms of the river, of course I'm very keen for that to be sustained and turned into a sanctuary. The other one that I was going to mention is the EV charging, and it was mentioned that most people, and I use an EV regularly, and the fact that most people only travel 30k a day. Now, the thing is that they should really cycle, and you would if you had safe cycleways. So I'm supporting more money being put into cycleways. The other thing about the EV charging, I'm very, very supportive of the idea that we put more infrastructure in place for EV charging. But I do recognise, as someone else said before me, that a lot of people charge them at night. So thank you for the Mayor's recommendations, all of which I support.
Thank you. Is there anyone else?
Yeah.
No, I'm just gonna wind it up just quickly because and it does pain me to do this, but I'm not supporting the amendments. The staff have provided us with advice on each one of them. When there have been amendments that I have felt could be incorporated in the context of the Mayor's recommendations, I've done that. And it doesn't mean that I'm not supportive of pest-free Banks Peninsula. I am very supportive, but there is money available within the Environment Partnership Fund, and we could have ring-fenced it, and maybe that's something that if it doesn't get allocated, people will want to do in the future. But the money is there for that. I agree with those that say that the EV charging, it's Ryan has already come to the party. They've put in place a number of EV charging places, and yes, it's true that they've highlighted places where people go for some time, where they've got time to spend charging their cars. So they've got them in at the Botanic Gardens, for example, in the car park there. That's the sort of place that you'd want to have EV charging if you were providing it. I really want to leave it to that sector. Everything is about balance. That we've gone through a process, we've worked really quite collaboratively with staff to try and build an LTP that has balance, and I'm not opposing any of the underlying issues, but I believe that we've got the balance right and that we've been able to address some of the issues that are raised by way of amendment within the context of the plan that we hopefully will adopt over the next few days. So let's go through each one of the amendments one by one, and are people comfortable with a voice vote, or with people just indicating whether they're opposed, or do you want to have a let's see how we go. So pest-free Banks Peninsula, I'll put that motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. No. That's carried. So, but the no's showed their hands.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Yep.
Sorry, who was on this side?
Yep. That's carried. I'll put the EV charging one. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. No. That's carried. Same hands, is it?
Yeah, fairly good.
Right. Christchurch Biodiversity Fund. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. No. Oh my gosh, that's carried.
Can we, do we want them recorded?
Yeah, we are recording.
I think
Yeah.
we should record.
Those opposed.
LD.
Oh, there's Tim's.
Well, this is one of the orange
7.
ones, so yeah. And the next one's an orange one as well. So that's carried. I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no.
No. This is A20?
Yeah, this is A20. So I can't tell. So those in favour, put up your hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, no, that's carried.
Those against?
Oh, yeah. Okay, those against.
Those against.
It's the same ones.
Yeah, we're just going to look at
Yeah.
time to make sure we get it right.
And the last one is that is the biodiversity one. Oh, no, sorry, it's the regional parks ecological recovery one. I'll put that motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. No. That's carried.
Show of hands.
Show of hands for no.
So it's Leanne, James.
I don't need to have my name recorded. I mean, but because I don't believe in it, I have to speak in favour of all these things now. So. Eh? Yeah, are you able to give us an update on those now? Or do you need a few minutes?
I think a few minutes.
Well, why don't we'll just adjourn for 10 minutes and then we'll come back. Thank you.
Can I just check, Liam?
I'm over to staff for an update on the rates impact of the decisions that have been made.
Okay, thanks for that. So the 5 amendments that were just decided on, that's taken us from 4.85, which I said at the start of the day, to 4.95 in year 1.
Already.
Okay.
Yep.
Just in addition to that, that last amendment, just in regards to the Regional Parks Ecological Recovery, the 500k of CapEx, we've split that over 3 years, based on advice from.
Okay. So has anyone got any questions for staff on that? No. Otherwise, I'll move to putting the resolutions as amended. Right, so the resolutions on the block of recommendations, climate change and coastal hazards adaptation, Otakaro, Avon River Corridor, healthy waterways, rubbish recycling and organics, grants, funding and partnerships relating to biodiversity ranges, etc. in the tsunami warning system, as amended by the amendments adopted before. I'll put those.
So you're putting all as a complete block?
Yes.
What happens if there's 1 or 2 in there that you didn't agree with?
Oh, well, I can go through them individually and then put them all through as a block.
I'm just asking if there's a mechanism to do that.
I can do them in their headings: climate change and coastal hazards adaptation, Otakaro Avon River Corridor, healthy waterways. Is there any that people want to vote on separately?
That's the way to answer.
There's just 2 that I want my vote reported against.
Which 2 are they?
One, M1E, which is the M1E, for example, which is the extra $100,000 for the travel plan coordinator.
Yep.
And the M1D, which is the $75,000 for the council paying for the reinstatement of the Enviro Strolls.
Yep.
And other than that, I'm happy with the rest of your recommendations and the chief executives. So it's just 2. Is that an easier way if I just flag that?
No, we can easily record that. Is there any other ones that people want to record individual ones, Sam?
Yeah, mine was M1E. I was happy with D, but M1F as well.
Yep.
And then M2A.
M2A. Got it.
My apologies, that's actually Can I add M1F in that too? It was an oversight.
M1F.
Yes.
M1F.
So DEF for me.
Right.
Yeah, and I was M1E and M1F
Say that again.
as well.
Yanni?
Yeah, I was the same for those 2.
Which ones? DEF?
No, M1E and M1F.
M1E and... Which one's that, Yanni?
M1F.
Yeah, we got it.
E and F for Yanni. Yep. All right. So I'll put that... What?
Aaron, are you indicating?
E and F.
E and F?
E and F.
Yep.
E and F as well.
E and F as well.
Councillor Chu as well. E and F.
All right.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, hang on. One
Oh,
more.
and Phil? E and F. You don't want to join Sam on M2A? You better not. I don't think you do. All right, I shall put that motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. That's carried. Thank you very much. All right, well that's 12:51, so I'm going to give you time off for relatively good behaviour. And
do you come back at 10 to?
No, we'll come back at 2 o'clock after people have had a very nice lunch break, and I shall rule on the individual items. I will be in a position to rule on each of the individual items. Right, thank you very much. See you at 2. Can I just give a quick reminder to colleagues to turn your microphones on when you're speaking? When we live stream, people do check in with us and when they can't hear councillors speaking. So, thank you. Now, I'll just run through the so-called red amendments for the
infrastructure.
For the infrastructure section. So they are the cycleways amendments with the names McDonald, Gov, Major, Chu, Kuan, around deferring all non-shovel ready cycleways, etc., redirecting 50% of the savings and removing the remaining 50% of the savings from the capital program. And the advice that I have accepted is that the council went out for consultation with the proposal that getting more people cycling is key to addressing climate change, creating healthier communities and reducing congestion. The major cycleway routes and other cycleways are designed to encourage people to ride because they can see that it's safe and a convenient option. It's a council-led, NZTA endorsed and funded network of cycle routes, the program, from multiple Christchurch suburbs into the CBD. So it would require a significant amount of consultation in order to adopt a position which is counter to the position that we went out and consulted on. So that's the ruling. I've ruled that out of order.
So will you take questions on those, Leanne? Or?
No, I'm ruling it out of order. And then the next one is Bromley Roading. I haven't had a chance. I'm just waiting for some additional advice on that one. But I'm possibly of the view that that is one that we could get some additional advice through in the Chief Executive's report, so that would turn it blue rather than leaving it red. But I haven't had a chance to talk to Councillor Johansson about that.
Sorry, which one was that, Leanne? Which one was that, please?
Sorry, Bromley Roading, 63. So this was about adding additional money to the capital program, but I've just asked for some advice about what is currently on the program for that and where the community board is up to, because they've been doing some work on that. Right. Okay. So that one's blue, and I will refer it to the Chief Executive's report.
Okay. And that was just to be clear though, that's the request for operational funding to do the planning. So I've withdrawn the one for the 3 million.
That's blue. Yeah. And so that will come back to council within 2 months. The next one is the Ferry Road Master Plan, which I'm advised.
I can't give you a figure.
Sorry, no, that's right. That was the one that you discussed with the Chief Executive before, and she's not in a position to give you a figure now, but you can see that there's an amendment to the Mayor's recommendation, which at least addresses the issue of crossing Ferry Road for the Phillipstown community, which was the primary issue. Public transport, council's not in a position to amend a document that's not the council's document. We adopted it, but it is the Greater Christchurch Partnership, which essentially holds the pen on the public transport future investment case, and those are the rulings. So I ruled that out of order as well. So now we'll move on to the infrastructure amendments.
Sorry, Leanne, is there an opportunity to ask council officials about the advice though?
No.
There's not?
No, I've ruled it out of order. I explained that beforehand, that that I make a decision. It is not debatable.
Right.
So no, it's not up for
So we can't even
discussion.
question the advice provided.
No, I have accepted the advice that I have been provided, and I have ruled it out of order.
So will
That
that be
is
shared?
the one advantage that I have sitting here, is that I make the decision whether to rule it out of order or not. It is not subject to debate, and I will end this conversation now. Could we move to the amendments? And I want to have a record of who's moving and seconding each of the amendments. So could we drop down to the amendments, please?
You've gone too far. That's it.
Right, we've got the Selwyn Street Master Plan Amendment, moved Councillor Coker, seconded Councillor Scandrett. The Cycleways resolution to complete by FY28, moved and seconded Davidson Templeton. The connections to Norwest Arc Major Cycleway route, moved Coker, seconded Galloway. The Gardners Road Shared Path, moved Kewen, seconded McDonald. The speed limits, moved Councillor Templeton, seconded Councillor Johansson. Opawaho Heathcote Major Cycleway route, moved Johansson, seconded Councillor Chen. And the Knights Drain deferral recommendation, moved Major, seconded Councillor Chu. So,
How can Mike's amendment to bring forward the cycleways be
sorry, are you now questioning my ability to rule on a matter?
I'm questioning
Because
why is
I have
A62
said that
allowed?
My decision is not subject to debate. That is contained within our standing orders, and I'm sticking to the
But it's completely
standing
inconsistent.
Orders. I am sticking to the standing orders, and I would like councillors to just respect the fact that I have made a ruling. Thank you. Now we'll move on to the resolution itself. So I will move the resolutions, which is set out for the Mayor's recommendations and the Chief Executive's recommendations. Do I have a seconder for that? Mike Davidson. And now I will open it up for debate, which are the amendments and the general topic as well.
Can we ask questions of the amendments though?
Oh, yeah, okay, yeah, sorry, that's my fault.
So just
questions.
Okay, so I'm just trying to understand. So Amendment 62, which is Mike Davidson's, and the A3 that we've received is red in here, and now it's green. So not talking about our amendment that was not allowed in, but what has changed to allow Mike's to be brought forward, but ours not to be deferred?
So that's because it was originally judged on altogether, so it's now been separated into three sections. Two of them have gone to blue, so they've gone to a report, and the first one, the one that this relates to, is resolves to complete the current major cycleway routes program by FY28.
And is that just 1 year ahead of the
correct.
current schedule?
Yeah.
Right.
So, because it says in here that there's a risk consultation required, which is the reason we've been given why we can't table our amendment.
Because that was looking at all of them, which also included a
30
33 million of implementation of a new major cycle route. That was why that it was read.
So
So
you-
that would have required it. Now that he's separated them out, which is what's happened since Friday, now we are ruling on the three individually. The 33 million has come out, so it is not included. So the one that this is in relation to is just the request to complete the program by FY28.
So some councillors have taken the opportunity of, taking on the staff advice and amending their proposal or proposed amendment in order to
It's just
meet
changed
another
twice
set of
today though, so I
requirements.
wasn't quite sure how that is consistent or
Yeah,
fair to the rest of us, but that's okay.
The two subsequent parts.
It is consistent, Councillor McDonald.
Well, it's changed since this
Yeah.
morning, so that just seems.
That's because
Yes,
the
and
number
that's
has
because
changed.
And then ours has been
it
ruled out of
has-
order,
The,
so it just
two
doesn't
have
feel
been
right.
grouped.
That's
Two
okay.
have
No,
been grouped.
we've lost. It's fine. It's very clear.
Two
We're not
have
allowed
been
to do it.
grouped, and instead of it being regarded as one whole and the 2 are going off for a report, and the 1 whole remains a green item for amendment. Are there any other questions for staff? We'll open it up for debate.
Just to simply express my absolute disappointment that we don't have the ability to have a serious conversation around this table today when we are looking to set an LTP to defer some of our capital program. It's been made very clear that some of it can be brought forward. If we cannot do this in a long-term plan debate, I don't know when we can. So just to put on record my complete frustration that in a democracy like ours, we've been quite deliberately, I feel, stymied from having an honest and open debate about this today is probably one of the worst things I've seen at this council to date, and I've only been here 18 months. So just to put on record again, my absolute dismay that this has occurred. It's not right for the city, and it doesn't foster, I think, openness and transparency.
Sarah?
Thank you very much. I'd like to express my disappointment that we're being accused of, or the organisation's being accused of a lack of transparency on this one. What's happened is a clear use of the current processes, which everyone is aware of. Everyone's really clear that if we're going to make significant changes to our budget, then we need to consult on that. And the time, if people wanted to defer cycleways, if we wanted to defer the cycleways, or we would have had to ask our community, the time to put forward this proposal was at the time of the draft long-term plan, at which point we would have been asking the community, do we want to defer the cycleways? And we could have made a reasonable, rational decision based on those submissions. It is not the organisation's fault or the mayor's fault that councillors didn't use the processes provided to be able to take up that opportunity. It's really clear there's a really strong difference between bringing 2 small sections of cycleway forward by 1 year in the very last year to make sure they're completed 1 year earlier, and deferring a series of cycleways by 5 years. The numbers simply didn't stack up in the amendment. Thank you.
Anyone else? Melanie?
I wanted to say I support the Mayor's recommendations here, except the CE 6A about Phillipstown Ferry Road Master Plan. I won't be supporting that. But what I wanted to really speak to was 2 of the amendments that I've put forward. The first one was about the Selwyn Street Master Plan. This was submitted on by Community Board, Waihora, Braden, Cashmere. And I'll just take the time to read to you what they said. So Selwyn Street's commercial centre was badly damaged in the earthquake and lost much of its built heritage. This has disrupted the community's access to a crucial bumping space and convenient shopping and services. The Selwyn Street Master Plan sets out a community-agreed vision to transform the centre into a prosperous, attractive place for people to live, visit, spend time and do business. While the master plan includes both public and private sector-led actions, council investment is key to catalysing private sector investment. The master plan was approved in 2012 and originally scheduled for 2016. It was consulted on with the community in 2015, but then delayed. The project is now delayed further to 2027, and the Community Board requests that this is brought forward to 2023 to align with the work on nearby Brougham Street, which we were told as a Community Board by Waka Kotahi people who came to the board. The other one I wanted to speak to was about the Norwest Arc and the local cycleway connections, and I support the other amendments around local cycleway connections because obviously they're important to connecting up the major cycleways that we have. And this particular connection is one that's been brought up by a number of residents that keep coming back, well, different people come back to our board to talk about it, to connect Westmoreland up with the Norwest Arc so that the students who live in Westmoreland can bike to Cashmere High. Yeah, so there's a lot of subdivisions in that area and it is going to continue to grow, so we believe this connection's very important. So we would like to have that brought forward as a board. Thank you.
Okay. James?
I'll just touch on the fact that an LTP is the difference between the draft and then at this point in time now is our response to the submissions that we heard. And there was a significant number of people that came in that have said to us that they value and would like extra priority given to the repairs of footpaths and roads. So, I agree with Sam that I think it's disappointing that we're not able to have, a fair debate and consider the item of deferral of those cycleways. The deferral of the cycleways was not deletion of the cycleways. It would literally just allow our battered finances to take a breath for 5 years and then put 50% of that funding into road and footpath repairs and return the other 50% that was unspent back to rates. So I think it's tremendously disappointing that we're unable to respond to those submissions that we heard from people in the community that share the same view as us. That is the entire point of a long-term plan and your capital program. So, I entirely endorse what Sam said, that I think that's incredibly disappointing that making changes to the capital program in light of the views of the community is completely the point of this process.
Anyone else? Tim?
Yeah, thank you. I'll just speak quickly to three things. First of all, supporting Melanie with regards to the Selwyn Street Master Plan. This is an area, and it's a key activity area in this area that's been left behind following the earthquake. It's recovering slowly, but it needs help. It bumps onto Brougham Street, which is one of the busiest streets in our city, which is a link between the port and the rest of the South Island, it seems, if you sit there at a busy time. It has a school, and it just is under pressure, and it is hard to redevelop when there is nothing planned. So with Waka Kotahi being a lot more open and wanting to work with us, they've planned for 2023. It would be logical for us to do the work in a master plan at the same time as Waka Kotahi, and they have mentioned that they would like to do that hand in hand with us to get a better outcome and a more financially balanced outcome if we develop this area together. So I think that's outstanding, which will be improving a key activity area and safety for the school. Second one is the local cycleway connections. The MCRs have been hugely successful and very well supported, but where we fall down, and it's a positive, is where there are gaps between our key cycle routes, and especially for school children and their families who want them to travel safely on bikes. So I think we do need a focus on this now, and a heightened focus, because if, and I will be selfish and concentrate on my area, in the southwest we have 10,000 homes planned. I've asked for the percentage of those that have been completed now, but through Westmoreland, etc., there is no safe cycle route on Cashmere Road for those school children who are going to the high school that is in their area, which is Cashmere High. It's a really wide road, people drive too fast on it, so that's just one example. You can have examples right through the city, so I think that's crucial. With regards to speed limits and the reduction of, everywhere we go, or I've been, communities want safe speeds in their community areas, not arterial roads, but in their neighbourhoods, again for safe travel on cycle and walking for school children and their families. So I think that is a really good area to look at. Waka Kotahi has been a lot more proactive around here. We've got some movement on there. Keep in mind, we only have 2 primary schools on hills. That is Cashmere Primary and Mount Pleasant Primary Schools. There should be a special look at those areas to make it safer, because cars travelling downhill at 50 or 60 k's are a lot harder to stop than on the flat. So I think we should be a wee bit more open-minded with that. So I will support all 3 of these. Thank you.
And Andrew.
Thank you. And thank you for your recommendations again, Leanne. And I think, did I read that there is $4.6 billion being spent on infrastructure, which includes the roads and footpaths, because of the response to the submissions that we had made about roads and improving the roads and footpaths conditions. So I don't think we're neglecting that. I wanted to support the amendments on the local cycleway connections. I know that we're waiting on Waka Kotahi funding, and that staff are going to prepare a report for us on that. But I wanted to really support both Tim and Mel in that section of of roadway which is unsafe for young people to cycle along, that connects to the major cycle routes in the area. We also have another part that's through connects to Henderson's Bay, Henderson's Road, and through the end of Cashmere Road. So those are areas that, unless we get them upgraded to a level of safety that parents are comfortable with, we're not going to get our kids cycling there. So I'm glad to see that you've recommended that we proceed with the investment levels proposed, particularly for major cycleways and local connections, because at the moment those are inadequate. So and supporting Mike's work there and Mel's with the local cycleways. So thank you for that.
Jake.
I'm very pleased that although not part of an amendment today, the actions from today will finally result in some action happening on the reinstatement of the inner city shuttle in some form or another. It's also really important that that when considering how we best reinstate this service, that we consider all possible options. You know, since the shuttle has been and gone, we've had ideas like making all public transport free in the CBD, or Zone 0 as it's called. Now, I know this is an ECAN call, but we need to work with them to make sure, or to ensure that they're looking at all these options and doing more and doing their fair share for public transport as well. After all, I think these ideas don't compete with one another. They're actually quite complementary. So, yeah, really pleased that that we're going to make good progress on that.
Thank you. Andrew.
I'm generally happy with the Mayor's recommendations in this section, and generally happy with many of the amendments. There are a couple of the amendments that I'll be voting against that I wanted to draw attention to. The Gardeners Road shared path. I definitely support the shared path. I think it's got immense value. But I don't support the council fully funding this when the staff advice tells us that it's currently anticipated that much of this section of Gardeners Road can be provided for via private developments and private contributions. I don't see any need for council to be fully funding something when staff are giving us very clear advice that private developers will fund at least a part of this. And then obviously if there are gaps, we can fill those gaps as required so that we get a contiguous, safe shared pathway. So whilst I agree with the intent, I don't think this amendment is the correct way to go about achieving it from a funding point of view. The other amendments which seems to fundamentally misunderstand some of our requirements and our consenting requirements is the proposal to defer the Knights Drain stormwater basin. The staff advice is absolutely clear on this one, that the Knights Drain stormwater facility reduces contaminants and improves water quality prior to discharge to the Avon River. The reduction is required by 2023 to meet the conditions of the Comprehensive Stormwater Network discharge consent, unless the budget was redeployed to alternative options. That means that even if we deferred this, in order not to be in breach of our consent, we would need to spend this money on other similar interventions. Therefore, it wouldn't result in a saving. Postponing these works would mean council would be in breach of the consent requirements. Now, I remember, because I was involved firsthand at the time, discussions with Environment Canterbury, and probably more significantly, agreement from Naitahu that got these comprehensive stormwater network discharge consent requirements over the line in a non-contested way. That was a huge achievement at the time, and to be disrespecting that consent now by withdrawing a major piece of infrastructure development that we've already agreed to would absolutely be the wrong thing to do. So I'll be voting against that. Because I believe in effective rather than wasteful investment. I believe in council upholding its reputation. I believe in environment. I believe in ecology. I believe in neighbourhood amenity. And I believe in flood mitigation measures.
Anyone else? Phil, Yanni and Jimmy.
I agree with Andrew about the discharge consent down for the dirty water going into the Avon River, but I see it no different than us putting waste into the Akaroa Harbour for years and years and years after our consents have expired. I see no difference. It's still water where it's going into. The one thing that I'm worried about is we're spending $8 million in Knight's Drain and we bought some land for $2 million, when within 30 metres of it, we got all the land we ever want for $1. We've just got to start using our loaf. It's just throwing money away. It's not good. I will look forward to getting on that OARC co-governance group, because I want to stop this sort of rubbish happening again, because it is not clever. Cycleways, it varies here. It's written that we're spending 242 mil over 10 years. I have heard numbers of 305 million, so whatever it is, say it's 300 million. It means that we've still spent 150 million of our own money. I know Transit have paid for half it, and it's good, and I think it's bloody marvellous. But that's 150 million of money that we never had, and we've borrowed it, and that's why we're in the financial bind that we're in. I'm not against cycleways per se. I hear people talk about Centaurus Road and down where Tim is in Westmoreland and that. I'm more than happy to have a cycleway down there that's just painted on the road, not this Rolls Royce stuff. In some places, the cycleway is wider than the lane of traffic that it's going next to, and the disruption and inconvenience to people that live on some of these streets, but while they're being built and even after they're finished, is not worth the effort. But I'd just like to make clear, I'm not against cycleways. It's just the way they're being done. Thank you.
Thank you, Yanni.
So just to reflect on what we heard from submitters, lack of amenity and broken infrastructure in the east. Submitters who addressed a lack of amenity and broken infrastructure in the east indicated that they feel the east remains neglected despite promises of revitalisation, and in particular asked that we make funding for greening the east and OARC a priority. They signalled they would like to see the report of roads, footpaths and drains prioritised, I think it's supposed to be repair, prioritised over new assets, and that there's still a lot of earthquake damage that needs to be addressed, highlighting in particular areas that are still prone to flooding due to uneven ground levels. It then goes on to say the lack of improved cycleways connections in the east was addressed, with some suggesting cycleways should be prioritised in this area of the city as it's currently poorly serviced. So if you look through some of these recommendations, certainly the reason for putting forward the Pawaho Heathcote MCR, just for a small section of that, is the fact that we've actually got work happening now under the Kiwi Rail Bridge. We will never get a cheaper time to put some infrastructure there, whether it's for a local cycleway or an MCR, but the MCR route, the preferred route, goes right where we're spending money in the near future. Why wouldn't you do it at the same time? Save the money. I do concur with some of the costs we attach to the cycleways when we could actually do it at the same time as we're doing other work and get greater value and impact across our city. So I urge you to support that amendment. It's not a huge amount of money, but it's a very sensible thing to do. I'm really disappointed in the Phillipstown Ferry Road Master Plan being rejected for funding because fundamentally this is a community that lost its school, lost its stadium, is losing its community board, and yet it's had a huge increase in the number of intensive housing developments within the area, which many do not have adequate car parking or don't have people that use cars, so they cross Ferry Road frequently. And remember the submission we heard about how hard it is to get across the road. And although the staff have said that they're going to note that there's going to be some improvements made, the reality is that just recently, as part of the presentation that we got to the community board, that it said, as part of the solution, to advocate for funding in the LTP. So how that can't be picked up as part of this process for a request that went in of August last year is totally beyond me. So I don't agree with doing nothing for Phillipstown. I think that community deserves to have something being done to make it safer and improve the amenity in that small stretch. And finally, I just conclude with saying I do think we need to think about still fixing those broken roads, especially in places like Bromley. That process has been going on for over 3 years, and there's complete confusion about what's on budget, who's doing what, and to tell the local community board to fund $50,000 of funding to get some planning work done, when we actually as an organisation have staff that can do that work, that we employ to do that work, I find just completely unbelievable to addressing the submissions that we've heard.
Thank you. Jimmy.
Yes. The infrastructure mainly consists of two parts. One is the three waters. Generally speaking, I fully support the council, particularly regarding to the 10 years, the $2.3 billion. And also, I would like to emphasize that even one of the items that I withdraw because there's the golden F. I would like to take example because the staff particularly mentioned they have already investigation and also the design work has been commenced. So expect the construction to be completed within 6 to 12 months. Because this issue actually is in relation to the health and the safety issue, and for many years, it's a good example. So these three waters, the infrastructure is very, very crucial and important. But the other example is I'm not support those light drain, to kind of defer. Because if you defer, also will cause, these contaminate and to make this water, the quality is a very, very bigger risk. So this the infrastructure. Regarding to the transport, if we review those feedback, particularly all those submissions, the 78%, they particularly receive this one, give us the kind of more positive, the feedback. Request us the transport is one of the most important aspects of plan, but transformational or long-term change is silent, resulting in a very conservative, effective looking plan for our transport in future. So it means that we need to consider, this quite wide range, public transport, cycleway, and also the some other the active transport mode are all, my view, are all kind of the very, very crucial and also the important. But I would like to take an example. This one particularly we are all aware. In the original proposal, try to to close the recurrent bus lounge. That's part of the transport issue. So you can see the majority of the people is against 261 submissions, 77% is opposed. But recently, I also review 2014, those newspaper particularly emphasize in the central Richmond area, they have 3,000 the passenger, to get on, get off in those kind of. So that's quite serious.
Yes,
so that's why I fully support this
one.
one.
In the next section,
Okay.
because it's actually in the next section.
Yeah, thank you.
So, thank you.
Okay.
Cheers.
Oh, that's why. Oh, okay, sorry, I thought the
It's okay, it's okay, it's all right, it's all right. You were within time. Anyone else? Aaron?
Yeah, I'll just speak to the couple of amendments that are in there. One of them is the one that was put forward by myself and Sam, which has been given a yellow card. So a number of my colleagues have spoken about this. Andrew, I'm quite disappointed in you that you don't support that shared path along there. Tim, you mentioned the along Cashmere Road. This part of Gardeners Road doesn't actually have a footpath. There's not even a shoulder. So this council that signed off a climate change policy this morning expects children to go to school. There's 3 schools in that area that kids can walk and bike to walk on the edge of the road on a 60k road. So that's the question you've got to ask yourself when you go to vote. Are you happy to let children, elderly people, people with dogs, walk on, there's no shoulder, there's no footpath, there's no shared path. You're about to vote against that, because I already know how everyone's going to vote. So it will be lost, but you will vote against children being able to walk to school. Yet this morning, you signed off a feel-good climate change policy, which won't mean much this afternoon when you vote against children in my area not walking to school. So look yourselves in the mirror when you get home and go, yes, I did change my mind during the debate and I did vote for those kids to walk to school to shut that guy up. Or no, I didn't, because I didn't believe in the climate change policy I voted on in the morning. And then the other one around the other addition that was red carded, so not even on the table at all, is around the cycleways. None of us are against cycleways. Some of us are very for cycling and cycleways. I believe the behaviour of this council, other councils and some of the government is actually putting people off biking. It's not encouraging people to bike, it's creating a split in our population. We want as many people on bikes as possible because it's good for them. It's good for their mental health, it's good for their personal health, it's good for local communities. You don't want the same people trying to force cycling down people's throats. By doing cycleways to communities, let's work with communities and get outcomes. Yes, 136 people submitted in support, but 98 unsolicited submitted against. We didn't go out and ask the question, would you rather have, instead of Rolls-Royce cycleways, would you rather a few Toyotas around the city as a cycleway? Probably not a good analogy, but Toyota have got a few electrics out. But it was, it's a case of cutting our cloth to get the result. Don't just say, let's build a cycling superhighway and expect massive numbers of people on it. That doesn't work. You need to work out what is the most people you can get on bikes for the amount of money you have to spend. Let's be a little bit smarter about the way we spend our money, and we might get better results and get a lot more people on bikes, because that's my goal, is to get people on bikes. Others, it seems, at this table seems to be picking fights.
Pauline.
Yeah, thank you. Look, with the Gardeners Road shared path, it's not just bunging a footpath down on the side of the road. This is an area of incredible complexity. There are 2 large intersections and land drainage infrastructure on both sides of the road, and it also crosses upper reaches of the Styx River. So that all adds to the complexity of consenting, design and construction. And so and there are plans to do it, but as Andrew has alluded to, that there will be private development contribution. So staff also do not recommend adding budget ahead of private developments or before detailed planning has been undertaken. So that detailed planning would then have to go out for consultation, and that would therefore not be able to be delivered in this next year. So I would say that this would be an annual plan discussion personally. So I won't be supporting that amendment today. And as far as the cycleways are going, I do believe that building the cycleways, the people are coming. The 80% increase does show us that. The feedback we get from the people who do use them and do like them is absolutely overwhelming, and Christchurch is on the New Zealand stage for our cycleway program. So I really do not like to hear people around this table not supporting one of our flagship projects. That those MCRs are one project. We need to finish that one project by finishing the 13 MCRs as soon as we can.
Any more? Mike?
Thank you. Look, I guess it's disappointing that so much of the conversation is actually focused on cycleways and the major cycleways, when actually you look at the transport budget, less than 10% of that budget actually goes into the cycleway program. Actually the majority of the money, over 75%, goes into our road and footpath network. And through this process, right at the start, we were listening to people, and we actually put a significant amount of money, additional money, onto the long-term plan to actually get our roads into a better state of repair, lifting them from a previous annual amount of 2-point-something% up to nearly 6%. Because we're listening to actually the people of Christchurch. There may be a small group of people that say we're just focused on cycleways, but actually if you look at our transport spend, where we're actually putting additional money, that is not correct. Actually it's going across the board, and most of that is still spent on roads. It's very easy for people to spout out figures. They probably need to look at actually the spend and how it's spent, the amount of additional third-party money that we receive, especially in the major cycleways, because actually across New Zealand that people see the benefits of these projects, how they can improve so much more than just reducing emissions. We look at increased productivity, we look at better health and lifestyles. There's so many things that actually a cycleway can actually create. And when you start to take off those extra amounts that we're getting, the shovel-ready money, the Wakakatahi money, the contribution from DCs, the fact that actually a cycleway spend also delivers 30% extra investment to other areas outside of cycling, the money comes down to less than $30 million for cycleways over the course of the LT period. So start getting your facts right if you want to have a go at cycling. The proposal that was red-carded to defer their cycleways for 5 years was not an attempt to defer the cycleways, it was an attempt to cancel them. And it's such a shame from a city that's actually leading the way in New Zealand that we have that type of grandstanding happening. In terms, I just want to do a quote from Aaron, who put it on Facebook, and thank you for your very passionate debate about Gardeners Road. Your quote was that we should base our decision making on sound business cases instead of emotion. And so one of the things that I've requested, and it's going to be done through a report coming back, is actually have a look at all the local cycle connections, which will include the one out in your ward, to actually make sure we can have a look at which ones we need to move forward sooner rather than later, which I assume, with what you're saying, that will actually be right at the top of the card. That's what we need to do, to actually have a proper understanding of what cycling infrastructure we need to prioritise over other ones, because I'm hearing around the room from every councillor that they want these fast forwarded. So let's just get the proper information.
Thank you. James.
Kia ora, I'm going to just touch on cycleways to start with. The thing is, there's that quote, build it and they will come. That is what is happening. I come down Morehouse Ave every morning and I see the stream of commuters on cycles that come off Grove Road, I think it is, and Strickland Street. It is stunning, the number of people that use that. I didn't know that until I had to come that way, excuse me, into town recently. So that is a good example of build it and they will come. I do have issues with some of the engineering on some of them. I don't think we do ourselves a favour. A good example is Hanson's Lane. That's awkward and embarrassing when people talk to me about that. But in principle, I think we're doing the right thing. The one thing that I would like to see, though, is more of a commuter cycleway, or at least cycle lane from the northeast. There are so many people in Preston's and Preston's Park that struggle to get into town safely, and I'm prepared to donate one of my cars, sell it off, and you can put some money into it through that. But I'm very, very strongly an advocate and supporter of cycleways. The other thing that's before us at the moment is the Knights Drain, and my mate is advocating for it to be deferred and so on. I want to see that area tidied up. It's on budget. I do worry once again about how we do things, but the fact that we are doing them, I'd rather that we do them dumb than not do them at all.
Thank you. Anyone else? Oh, I thought you'd spoken. Yeah. Sorry. Well, I'll just wind up this debate. So the one thing that I did want to mention at the outset was that this part of our budget also includes investing in upgrading and protecting our city's water networks. So the government's got a massive review of Three Waters infrastructure, and we will soon receive some of the information that relates specifically to our council. We've already seen the government put the budget on, well, not the budget, the costings on the in the public arena that identify the significant, massive risk to our country in relation to a lack of investment in Three Water infrastructure, and also a significant risk in terms of the resilience as far as climate change goes. So and the government is increasing standards both in relation to water standards, but also in relation to wastewater and stormwater in terms of the freshwater standards. So there's significant changes about to sort of hit. But what I'm very appreciative of is that councillors have agreed to continue to invest in this most important part of our city's network. I have doubts as to whether stormwater should be embraced within the government's Three Waters review. I would much rather that they focused on two waters, the water and the wastewater. It's very pleasing that there is this significant amount of investment continued in this long-term plan. In terms of the transport infrastructure, well, I'll just leave that to the rest of you. So there you go. That's the end of the debate. So I will now we'll go through the individual amendments. But I think that when we come back to the Mayor's recommendations, there will be the ability to carve out, for example, the cycle aspect of the transport one, so that you can vote against it, you know, en bloc. So that would be fine. So we'll just trying to cater for everyone around the table. Okay, so now I'm going to do again what I did before. I'm voting against all of them because it's easy for me. We're going to go through them one at a time. I'm sorry, but yeah, I mean, I will support it for the annual plan review, but I won't. I'm just going to take all of the councillors. It was either that or abstain, and I thought it's probably better that I just vote against them. So
A4 first.
So can you just note that I'm against all of them for that reason, right? Okay. So Selwyn Street Master Plan. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. No.
Show of hands.
That's carried. So against.
Can we have that recorded, the against?
Yeah.
Phil. That's it.
Right. Okay. The completion of the Cycleways Routes program by FY28. I'll put that motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no.
No.
Hands up.
Mixed. We'll put up the no.
James, Catherine, Sam, Aaron, Phil.
Yep. All right. You must have been louder on that one. Connections to Norwest Arc Major Cycleway Route. All those in favour say aye. Those opposed say no. No. Hands up.
Hands up. James.
Same.
Catherine.
No.
Sam,
James, Catherine,
Phil.
Sam, Phil.
Gardner's Road Shared Path. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. No. That's carried.
Do you want the recorded? Yep.
Recorded
So
no.
Pauline. Just Pauline against
Just
that.
Pauline.
Yep.
Put it there.
That's been carried.
Yep.
Very good. There you go. No. That'll be the headline. The next shock move this afternoon. Christchurch City Council agreed with Aaron Kewan. No. The speed limits. All those in favour say aye. Those opposed say no.
You've missed
What?
A24 though, wasn't
Oh,
it?
did I miss out?
No, that's right.
Has that been withdrawn?
We're on A26.
Yes.
24.
It's
Just
gone.
to show that it's gone.
Yeah.
So can we take the
Yeah.
next one, the speed limits again, please? Yeah. 26.
Okay, there's speed limits again. All those in favour say aye. Those opposed say no. That's
Same
hands.
carried. Show of hands for not.
So it's the same. But not
Same.
Aaron.
Right. Opawaho Heathcote Major Cycleway Route. All those in favour say aye. Those opposed say no. That's lost.
Hands up.
Lost.
Hands up for the.
Hands up.
No.
Yeah.
Hands up for no.
Hands up for no. It's probably easier.
Consistent.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8,
So
9 is me. Yeah.
So Davidson.
So that's
Goff,
lost.
Do we want these recorded or just?
Do you want the ones who vote? Hands up for those who vote in favour.
In
So
favour.
it's Jimmy,
Chen. Oh, sorry.
In favour.
Turner, Chen, Johansson, Coker,
Aaron.
McClellan.
McClellan.
JD.
Cohen.
That was, is that the right count? 1, 2,
James
3, 4,
5, 6, 7, 8.
Yeah.
7, 8. Yeah.
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 So that
Yep.
was not lost.
That's lost.
So only one. So
Okay, and Knight's Drain. I'll put that motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. No. That's lost. Would you like to put your hands up for aye? Phil and
McDonald.
Oh, okay, surprising.
Phil, Sam, Catherine, Yanni and James.
Yep.
You got Yanni?
4, 5, 6, 7. And those are the yeses.
Did you get?
Okay, right. So that's that. So are we going to have a brief adjournment while you redo the numbers? So maybe well, if you come back at 3:05, go and grab a cup of coffee. 10 minutes.
Move on. I've got staff sitting at the end of the table, poised and ready to tell us what the news is now
It's
in
going to be,
terms of the
hopefully.
level of rates increase.
Is it going to go up there? It's up on the wall as well. There we are. Because we need you to see future years and not just this year.
Okay, so I just wanted to bring this table up, and sorry, it's a very quick cut and paste, because while the decisions that you have just made in the last section do not impact the current year's rates, because they're all CAPEX. But what I do want you to keep in mind is that these decisions, while they may not increase your 4.95, they will increase your rates in future years, because they are the funding of the CAPEX. Okay, so this here is just showing you very quickly, after this is all of today's decisions so far, so this is the impact going forward. Okay?
Good. Thank you very much. Right, so now we move on to the
community facilities and services.
No, sorry, we've got to put the resolutions and the mayor's resolutions and the chief executive's resolutions for the infrastructure.
Oh.
So I'll put them. I will start separately with the investing in upgrading and protecting our city's water networks. So I'll put that motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. That's carried.
I just have recorded against M6B, please. Thank you.
M6B.
Yeah.
Okay.
Against that, is it?
Sorry? We were just doing the city's water networks in the first one.
Okay, I think there's a few of us that would like M6B or just recorded against.
M6B
So myself
recorded
and
against. So
Yarni.
put up your hands for against M6B. So that's
Why-
5 of you.
1, 2, oh yeah.
Get that, and Phil.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Now we move on to
M7.
M7. Now, do you want to go through them separately? So, or do you want to just highlight the ones that you want to oppose? So those that are opposed to the spend on roads and footpaths? No, I wasn't surprised about that. Opposed to the major cycleways investment? So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Got that?
That was a division. And the next one is the public transport infrastructure. Those opposed? That's 6. So add in Yarni to that list. And the next one's just a noting one. So so that's M7A, M7B's. Okay, yeah, the street tree compliance. I mean, I'll just do it technically, but we have to do this. I'll put that motion. All those in favour say aye. Those opposed say no. That's carried. That the council agree to reinstate 85,000 to the transport, advertising and promotion budget, etc. So those in favour say aye. Those opposed say no. So that's just okay. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Oh, could you put your hands up again?
Yeah.
Jamie, Catherine, Sam, Phil.
Right, and then the
You might need to read 2A.
Sorry?
You might need to read that out to make sure they know what they're voting on.
yeah, but we've already voted against the amendment, so that it's. I mean, do people just want to?
Additional text, but that's not
I mean, I don't know. Do people just want to vote against, or? I mean, I'm just trying to hurry this along. CR Knights Drain Stormwater Facility. Obviously, Phil will want to vote against that. So,
just replicate the vote from the Knights Drain.
So is that 5 and 10?
And Yanni.
And Yanni.
I think he was against that. This is the, and the next one's the Waitaki Street Wetland and Stormwater Facility. That's all good with that. Goulding Avenue, all good. Wakakatahi NZTA. Oh, well, that's, yeah, a given. Phillipstown, anyone against?
CE6A. Yep.
So that's Yanni and Melanie vote against CE6A. And Jake.
Catch up.
Yeah. Oh.
And we've resolved the other thing. So yeah. So that's that
Happy, Sam?
completed.
You sure?
Yep.
Okay.
Good. Right. Now we move on to communities, facilities and services, and just to make sure that we've got the amendments. Right, so the amendments, library hours, Coca and Chen, Public Art Advisory Group. I thought that I thought I'd pick that up in my recommendation, hadn't I? So that's A6 isn't required and it doesn't have a mover or a seconder.
I don't think you're on the right one.
Oh.
The coloured version.
Well, sorry, I put things down, I picked them up and... Right. No, I've got it here somewhere, sorry, I've just... Here, I picked it up.
No, I don't think that's
No.
okay.
Oh.
I've got it.
What do I do with it?
I don't know.
Here we go.
Oh, here it is. Sorry, my apologies.
Take that
Here's
away
one.
because you'll have written on it.
Right.
Make sure it's the right one.
Yes.
Yeah, that is.
Yeah.
Right, so library arts, right. And community, I've got, youth committee, Akaroa Museum.
It's on the screen, okay. That's
Turner
fine.
Galloway, Akaroa and Littleton design panels, Turner, Coca, Littleton Info and Resource Trust, Galloway, Cotter, Strengthening Communities Fund. Who's that moved and seconded by?
That's Sarah.
Mike and Sarah.
Museum levy, that's Cotter, Turner, and library operations, Coca, Cotter. Now, in terms of the museum levy, Galloway can't vote on that, is that right? And,
That's correct.
And James Daniels. Waikola Park, Chen Galloway, and Templeton Domain, Chen Galloway. Right. Okay, so I'll move and second the recommendations. Do I have a seconder for the recommendations? Andrew. And I'll open it up for debate, and I'm going to start off this debate actually because I'd like to speak about Whanganui Pool. So I was quite surprised to read in the paper about the view that had been taken on Whanganui Pool. So let me just read it out. That the council requests staff to negotiate a lease with the swimming club for the pool and stadium in which the club will operate the facilities at no additional cost to ratepayers. Additional. That the council maintains the budget for Whanganui Pool to offset the risk of a pool plant failure. Any unspent funds are carried forward year on year. that the council request staff to continue to work in partnership with Whanganui Swimming Club to develop an operational and capital plan. So we were incredibly impressed with the community who came along to support their swimming pool. We were incredibly impressed with the commitment that they showed, and we were also very impressed with the fact that they wanted to work with us in partnership. So we decided that we wouldn't insist on the pool closure at the time that now I'm going to Parikiori, is it? Parikiori Metro Sports Facility opens. But we do know that the opening of that pool and the opening of Hornby Pool is going to have an impact. We don't know what that impact will be, but it will have an impact. And we wanted our staff to assist the Whanganui Swimming Club to develop an operational and capital plan. We haven't said that we won't contribute towards it. We haven't said that we're walking away from them. In fact, the complete opposite. And that's why I was disappointed when I read what I read, because we heard what our community said to us. We listened. We took care because we have got new facilities opening and they do have impacts, and we aren't going to pay for it all. We never have and we never will. So I guess that was my little disappointment. But I wanted to pay tribute to all of the young people that came, and I wanted them to know that they had made a difference, that they had helped influence this council to make a different decision from the one that we went out and consulted on. So I think sometimes when people feel passionately about subjects, then they can take sort of a negative point of view when it isn't just, yeah, here it all is, we're going to look after it for you. No, we're going to work with you in partnership. An operational plan and a capital plan, that's what needs to come back to council in order for us to make a proper decision about what it is that we might need to do to support them. We don't know what the impact of those two pools will be on the facility itself. There probably will be schools that currently use Whanganui Pool that will choose to use the brand new swimming pool when it opens. Let's just see what happens, but let's continue to work in partnership and support this pool in order to facilitate that. I guess that I was a little disappointed around the feedback on the libraries, and to the extent that I'm not surprised that people are so supportive of our libraries. They remain one of our single most popular services that we do provide. For me, the key around some of the savings that were proposed was in order to fund Tūranga to open 5 public holidays a year. And I mean, I remember when Tūranga opened, and it wasn't opened on the very following Labour Day. And I thought, all of the people that had come into town on a fine day and their brand new fantastic facility, which is, as we all know, the best library facility. Certainly in the entire country. It certainly is in Australasia and probably the southern hemisphere as well, possibly the world, who knows. But the reality is that we do need to resource it to stay open on those public holidays. It's a central city asset and a true magnet for the central city. So there's the opening up of the debate, and I shall hand it over to the rest of you. Anyone else? Sarah, Aaron.
Our communities are the backbone of our city, and the individuals and organisations are on the front line of responding to the various challenges and crises we face as a city. Enabling community connections and community strengthening allows communities to own their own futures and not rely so heavily on council in times of need. Community facilities and community funding are core for council when it comes to providing social wellbeing, one of the 4 wellbeings under the Local Government Act. The Strengthening Communities Fund is always oversubscribed, both at the Metropolitan and the Community Board level. And we heard very clearly from our communities that they didn't want the cut, and in fact that we should be raising the Strengthening Communities Fund because we haven't done so in a really long time. We had some additional funding from government through various means after the earthquakes, but now is the time to make sure that we inflation-proof our Strengthening Communities Fund, and so I'm really hoping that people will support that small amount of inflation proofing in the amendment today. Thank you.
Thank you. Aaron.
Yeah, just quickly, I'll be supporting the Mayor's recommendations. I'll listen to the debate on the amendments. I just will back up what the Mayor said about the library. My position's been the same from the start. I've been okay to reduce some of the hours at other libraries other than Tūranga. Tūranga is an anchor project. It is an attraction for the inner city. I believe it should be open 7 days a week. Should be open essentially all the same days that Riverside Market is. So whatever that's open, so should Tūranga. It is a big attraction. And I remember Googling a couple of years ago, just after Tūranga had opened, and or around the time it was opening, and looked and put in my Google search was best modern libraries in the world. Because if you put best libraries, they're all really old ones. But if you go best modern libraries, because they're a completely different category, and I saw the ones that come up as the examples, and I thought to myself, you know what? The one in our city is at least as good as those. It is a phenomenal facility. So the longer those hours can be open, the better. And that's where I'll leave it. And hopefully we will actually increase as the years come and the popularity of the inner city grows. But not all the others. Let's just move their money to town.
Thank you. Catherine Chu.
Thank you. I just wanted to touch on a couple of things that are in my ward. First, on Wharenui Pool. I just wanted to start off by thanking all the community members who have come in during the hearings process to express their passion for the community and the pool. I think we heard, I might be incorrect on the numbers just by a few, but I remember that they had mentioned in 1 month they had 22,000 people, swimmers come in, and with all the changes coming along with the pools and whatnot, we don't know how much of that will still be there, but of course, there are a lot of die-hard Wharenui Pool fans out there who will always go to Wharenui Pool, so it's really good to see that the Mayor's recommendation has a proposal in there for us to work in partnership with the pool to support them to be self-sufficient throughout that process. Another thing I wanted to touch on was Riccarton Bus Lounge, and I just really wanted to thank staff and the Mayor for listening to the public members, not only just within Riccarton but the wider Christchurch, in terms of retaining that to be open, and I would strongly urge our fellow councillors to support that as well, because we have heard a tremendous amount of residents expressing their concern over the proposed closure, so it's really great to see that there. Thank you.
Thank you. Pauline and Andrew.
Yeah, look, I must say that when the Riccarton Bus Lounge was first mooted to be closed, I supported it because I was of the belief that with the increased frequencies in buses, that there would be actually no waiting around. They're supposed to come every 10 minutes in the very near future. However, resulting from the submitters who came in, I realised it was more than that. That actually it's a transfer place, so people do have to wait up to half an hour, maybe longer, for a transfer bus there. So that really changed things for me, and also it was going to impact quite considerably on vulnerable people. So I do support the Mayor's recommendation there in the Riccarton Bus Lounge. And A17, the museum levy. This is the operational levy for the museum that we usually put, I think it's around 4.7% per year. We increase that levy. And the recommendation is not to increase that this year, but I think that will put quite a lot of strain on the museum. I mean, there's no charge to go in there. They attract about 750,000 visitors a year. They're arguably our biggest tourist attraction. So the other thing is that if we don't give them something, which is why I've put forth 2.7, the other TAs may not contribute either. In fact, they probably won't, because it's all part of a formula for contributions that are based on population. So by us signalling a zero increase to our contribution to their operational, we would impact their operational considerably via the other TAs who also contribute. So 2.7 is much less than we normally increase that by, so I would really ask you to support that for our Canterbury Museum. I think that's all from me.
Thank you. Who did I have? Was it you next? Andrew, and then Jimmy, then Anne.
Thank you. I'll start by speaking to some of the amendments that I've put forward. The Akaroa and Littleton design panels that the council set aside a total of $12,000 per annum for 3 years to fund the operations of the Akaroa and Littleton design review panels. Council set these bodies up. They haven't had a huge amount of work to do in the past few years because there hasn't been a lot of development in either Littleton or Akaroa. Particularly thinking of Littleton, there are a number of parcels of land which have changed hands in recent times, and there are a number of new owners who are intending developing. These panels will therefore have work to do. This is a great opportunity for us to allow communities to have input into their own future and in particular what their own townships look like by having people with local knowledge on these panels assisting developers as they design and plan their developments so that they fit into the townscape, so that local knowledge comes to bear. And the 12,000 is to cover the cost of running both panels. There would be a review at the end of 3 years to inform decision making in the next long-term plan. But I'm keen to see these funded at exactly the time that we need them. Now, I'm also delighted to see the Akaroa and Littleton service centres. These were proposed to be closed. We've clearly listened to the many submissions that we received on the proposal to close both of these. We've now reached a sensible outcome, which allows us to keep both of the service centres open for 4 hours a day, 5 days a week, so standard hours on working days. These are now, rather than being dealt with by amendment, included in the Mayor's recommendations, and I'd like to thank staff who I've worked with closely on this, and also to thank the Mayor for including them in her recommendations. So that's certainly good news. Now, the Akaroa Museum, I'm putting forward an amendment there that we don't accept the cuts to the Akaroa Museum. Again, we heard a number of submissions on this matter. We've heard that it would be damaging to the museum if we took these cuts. We've also heard from representatives of the Friends of the Akaroa Museum, community members who support the museum in kind and also with significant fundraising efforts. To make these cuts would be disrespectful, in my view, not only to the museum itself, but to those community members who work so hard to support the museum and have done for many years. On the Riccarton Bus Lounge, again, one proposal that we received a large amount of submission feedback on. The proposal was to close the Riccarton Bus Lounge. My belief is that the submission feedback shows that that would have been absolutely the wrong thing to do.
Very good. Perfect timing, thank you. Oh, sorry, who did I have next?
It's me, I think.
Sorry, Jimmy.
Yeah.
And then Anne.
First one, I support the A14, the SERA's strengthen the community fund increase in annual year basis 2%. Because we review our community outcome, we always mention, try to working together with community as a partnership to make them, can achieve the community resilience. But we show the funding, particularly you are all aware, all the kind of the community is a diverse community, inclusive community. So still every year, quite a few the community group, because they are very disappointed and they cannot get the funding. So I fully support this one. The other one is regarding to A34 and the 36. That's regarding to local one. The Waikola Park, I assume all our councillor and mayor, we heard from the teenagers, from young people, from community board, from the community, all strongly make the submissions. The skate park, the ball has been used for many years and has been the quake, damage, need to be renewed urgently. But I bring the original, forward for 2 years. However, the staff, replied because this coming year, 150 projects already it will be delivered in financial year 22. So I have a compromise, the bring forward from 2023 to 24 rather than to 25 rather than to 22 to 24. That's the first one. The other one is 36 temperate domain. This is the same situation, but particular temperate community and also individuals. I heard from them because they are far further. They always talk to me. They're ignored by the council, ignored by council, etc. So those temperate domain, those facility has been used for many years. They're outdated. Now that they use again. So this one I also, have tried to bring forward earlier, but in considering the staff still mentioned in 22, I have been 150 projects already will be delivered. So I bring forward for 3 years from the 23 to 24, rather than from original one 22 to 27. Particular, I'm not sure if you are I'm not sure, James or Yanni, your senior councillor, since the 2015, they make a submission in our long-term plan. 2018, then this year, 2021. Just want to make all my fellow councillors aware of this situation. But regard to the M35, but not here, because you cannot see. But I agree the staff one, because the next year, following year, they will start again. So I just withdraw. Just want to let the mayor and my fellow councillors aware. Please support.
Thank you. Anne?
Kia ora. I'd like to speak to the amendments A7, Community Safety Action Plan. And I would really ask that you support staff recommendation to increase this to 85k per annum. We have had a safety strategy. We're in the process of moving away from that, which is the Safer Cities one. We're in the process of developing a more locally relevant strategy. We used to have about 9 staff working on city safety. We now have about 2. So in the Quality of Life survey in April of this year, Christchurch topped the list when it came to residents' concerns about thefts and burglaries. 46% of those surveyed in Christchurch feel unsafe in the central city. 76% perceive burglary and theft as a problem, and 71% consider people begging on the street a problem. So we could really do some stuff here, and we are already, but we're limited in the resource that we have to put towards this. So please support this added funding per annum. The other thing I'd like to speak to is the Youth Committee, resourcing our youth. The work that we're doing with our young people is significant with our standing committee Te Paipakari. If we could get a bit more money there, it would be terrific to be able to support them coming in, engaging with us, running events about civics, engaging young people throughout the city. I think that our young people, 24% of people that came into us or talked to us about involved in the governance process are satisfied with public influence and council decisions. Sorry, that was a resident survey. So only 24% are satisfied. We need to bring our young people into the decision-making processes so that they can go on to become actively involved. So this is a way that we can do that by resourcing this. So I'd ask you to please support this as well. Really pleased that the 200,000 from Parks is going to the Public Art Fund through the Mayor's recommendations, and also that I believe there's a work with partnership with the university to improve residents' engagement with council. Once again, listening to those submissions that said we've got to do better in terms of our engagement. So thank you.
Thank you. James.
Kia ora. Look, this is a really significant part of our thinking and our funding, the community's facilities and services. I'll start by saying that I'm proud of the fact that we as a council listened, we looked, we listened, we learnt about a lot of these things that people submitted on, and we've made some big changes here. Not necessarily huge financially, but it's just the philosophy of hearing people, seeing people, and one of them is the art gallery and their education and public programs. I learnt a lot more about that, and it's just across the road, and I didn't know much about it, but I'm really happy to be supporting that today. Also, we listened about the when they were talking about the libraries, the mobile and the library hours, and I'm really pleased that we're considering changing our minds as a group on that. The Riccarton Bus Lounge is pretty straightforward, but we listened again. And then my favourite one is the Wharenui Pool, and I share the Mayor's disappointment, but I take it even further because I thought that the presentation here was fabulous by the young people in particular, and so to have the what I found was really inappropriate pushback when it wasn't necessary. It really has upset me. Actually, I'm not disappointed because that's like biting the hand that feeds you. So I'm struggling with that even today. But as a whole in this sector, in this particular part of our funding, our LTP, I'm really pleased, as I said before, and proud that we have listened and learned and done something about it. So kia ora.
Thank you. Melanie and James Goff.
I'll just speak to some of the amendments. I actually support all of them, which is probably no surprise, especially the Youth Committee funding, increasing, strengthening Communities Fund. I'm really pleased we're not doing the 5% decrease, and I think increasing it into the future is a good idea. And then the other two things I'll talk to are the library. So with the library operations, at the current time, we've actually cut $5.3 million, so around a quarter of the budget for resources over the next 3 years, which is a huge amount. So the point of this amendment is to try to attempt to put some of that back, because I don't want to see a 25% decrease in books on our shelves. And this was also a comment through our community board as well. And someone said, please don't reduce the range of services provided by the library, e.g. reducing funding for books or having books accessible for children. Now regarding the hours around Fendalton Library and Upper Riccarton Library, I've got a number of quotes I've taken, and a lot of this is about listening to the young people and also those with families. So I'm going to be reading as many of these as I can get in. So from someone 18 to 24, resident of Riccarton, I'm constantly in council libraries until closing 2 to 4 nights a week, and closing these libraries earlier would negatively affect me. Please reconsider these changes. From a student from Boys High living in Brindwa, I would prefer the opening hours stayed the same, particularly Fendalton Library that closes at 8 p.m. I and many members of the community rely on this space to use on weekdays past 5, as we cannot make it any earlier. From Warman and Condell Ave, please keep some libraries open until 8 p.m, as currently is the case with Fendalton. With full-time working and having 3 children who lead busy lifestyles, I find it nigh impossible to get to the library before 6 p.m. It's also nice to put the children to bed with my husband and have an hour to myself in the library. And another resident in Burnside, at Fendalton, for example, which I visit at night, it's not uncommon to see a stressed child in tears over some homework problem while the parent quietly addresses the causes of the stress, bonding them even more close. Fendalton, one of our largest collections, gets a double cut. It was to be open on Sundays, but due to objections, weekday hours were extended instead. Now it loses both. Don't let that happen. Regarding Upper Riccarton, a resident of Sockburn, I'm writing in support of keeping library hours as they are. Upper Riccarton Library is frequent. I use the Upper Riccarton Library very frequently at all hours of the day, sometimes arriving at opening, other times late into the evening, and there's always others using it as well. I'm really grateful for this facility. Libraries are not just for me, but for people with reduced opportunities who may not have access to the internet or resources at home, a safe place where you don't have to pay to be and where you can educate yourself and entertain yourself, help keep people safe with increased opportunities, from including escaping poverty and other risks.
Thank you. Thank you. James Goff and then Jake McClellan.
Thanks. I'll just use this time to just touch on 2 items in here, so I won't go through everything. But it's really the Central Library and also the Riccarton Bus Lounge. As for the Central Library, I'm really supportive of this being open on public holidays, or as many public holidays as we can. It's a fabulous facility, and it's a no-brainer that on a day where families are together and want to do activities together, the library is a perfect thing for that. And I've shared those frustrations of turning up with your family on a public holiday and it's closed, and it's infuriating. But a great facility also costs a great amount to run, and the operating cost between peak times of, say, midday and 1 p.m. is exactly the same between 7 p.m. to 8 p.m. The difference is the numbers there are minuscule between 7 or 8 p.m. Staff put forward the suggestion to trim this back to better cater to the usage, and I think that was a sensible suggestion. You don't get warm fuzzies or enjoy making cuts to things, but it needs to be done because we're seeing a running total that is growing at a rate of knots, and unless we make some hard calls on things, then we're going to have our finances in an even worse position than what they were when we started this process this morning. So I don't agree with the recommendation to keep the hours till 8 p.m. The usage is very, very small with the amount of people in there, and I just think the rest of the world needs to cater to demand and make adjustments to better reflect the usage. So it's not a fun thing to do, but I think it's a sensible thing to do, and I'm disappointed that we won't be following what our staff suggested at the draft point of the plan. As for the Riccarton Bus Lounge, again, I think it's fantastic that we can have a warm, dry, reasonably safe sometimes facility that's not on the street for people to wait for their buses. But this costs over $600,000 per year for us to operate. And I just find it very frustrating when you have one of New Zealand's largest malls literally right beside it. So if we close the bus lounge, save our ratepayers over $500,000 in operating costs per year, all these people will just no longer not take the bus or stand out getting rained on in the street. They'll just go into the mall. And I think that although it's not fun to be closing facilities, it makes financial sense too. So those are two things that I wanted to highlight that I won't be supporting.
Thank you. Jake.
I just wanted to say that I think this is community facilities as an area where council has truly listened, and people have told us really clearly that they care about the collective services that we offer. Tūranga in my ward is the best example of this, and increasing its availability to the public and extending its opening hours during public holidays is a great example of how we have listened. However, as important as Tūranga is, as suburban libraries are also really important. And I think it's really important that people support the amendment put forward by Councillor Coker and Councillor Chen to stop the proposed cuts into Fenelton and Riccarton libraries. I would especially encourage Councillor Chu to support the library in her own ward and not to vote to cut its hours. Linwood Village is also touched upon within this set of recommendations, and although it is featured within our budget for the next 10 years, the streetscaping works that colleagues supported me on last year is well underway, and I want to say thanks again for your support. In addition, we now have the Greening the East work, recently led by Michelle Lomax and championed by the late Sally Buck. While no specific funding is yet earmarked, work to build this in is well underway, and in fact our board are due to get some costings of projects next month. And I just wanted to say to colleagues, watch this space, and you should expect to hear more from me in the future about greening this concrete jungle.
Thank you. Yanni, was that you with your hand up?
Thank you. Just to speak to the amendments in general, I just think it was really positive to hear the people's appreciation for the Riccarton bus lounges. Certainly, I was surprised at the amount of positive feedback that we received. But I was also interested in the fact that there's a real safety issue for people. And I remember the young people coming in and telling us about how they felt safer having those facilities. And so people may say, oh, well, they can just go into the mall. But the reality is the mall shuts a lot earlier than some of the bus services that are provided. So I think there is a case for bus lounges in the city. This council actually used to have a strategy of providing bus lounges around different communities like New Brighton, like the Palms, like Northlands, like Eastgate. Sadly, after the earthquake, that was kind of put on the back burner, and we've never really thought through again about how we can provide that level of service. But if we want people to take the bus, ensuring that they're safe and warm and that PT is accessible, I think is a much better way to do it than just closing these sorts of facilities. I think the issue with Whananui Pool, which I have to say I did challenge in the draft, I was never supportive of us putting in the draft closing the pool, because I remember when we actually repaired the hall that was next door to it, and it made no sense to close the hall. That anyone that's been there and seen the use that that's had since the earthquake and since it was repaired will know that it's been hugely popular, hugely successful, and people actually like local facilities. And I think this speaks to a bigger issue within our city as we've recovered from the earthquake, that the idea of just building everything centrally instead of local has meant that we have these challenges when it comes to what we fund. But I totally support the Whananui Sports Club, the swimming club and the hall, and I think there's a real positive way forward that we can work with them. So, I welcome that opportunity. Just to speak on the Phillipstown hub, which was ruled out of order, and I just wanted to remind councillors that we received a feasibility study. There were recommendations within that study that were really clear about the positive benefits of what that facility could provide. So they've had a report, they've done the feasibility, they've got costings, they've got plans. I don't know what more detail you would need, and I'm not against the Shirley facility. I totally support putting that money on budget. But to say that that facility is more advanced than Phillipstown, when Phillipstown has got a feasibility study with detailed costings, detailed plans, I'm sorry, it just doesn't pass the front page test. That is not true. Phillipstown deserves to have some investment. It lost a lot after the earthquake, and I think the least we could do is recognise that by making a budget contribution, although I don't accept, but I appreciate that has been ruled out of order. And just in conclusion, people talking about saving money here and there, a great way to save money would be the cost of the new multi-use arena. We're spending an extra $25 million that I can tell around it to do services and road upgrades, which is money that we could put towards local community facilities.
Thank you. Sam?
Yeah, thank you. Just two really quick things from me, and I tend to agree with Councillor Goff on a lot of it, but I wanted to be a positive for the first time today, I think, around the council table, just from my point of view. And just basically acknowledge two things. I think, firstly, I think, we harp on quite a lot about the need to deliver more efficiency within the organisation, and quite often we end up having these big debates about closing hours or not, but just to acknowledge actually that for M13C, through the healthy tension that we talk about constantly, the staff are going to go away and get more efficiencies within the libraries of 120 grand, and I think we do need to call that kind of stuff out. The other one, which I think was a huge win for the council, was again by staff operating within existing budgets to transfer money to the Public Art Fund. So, I guess while I was trying to be positive, at the same time point out that we can do things within existing budgets. We don't need to rate and spend. But if you put enough healthy tension on the organisation, they'll get more efficiencies and work more creatively to address good outcomes for the city. So we shouldn't lose sight of that when we are arguing over a lot of the other stuff.
Thank you. Mike?
Thank you. Just a couple of things. Actually, I'll just focus on one. And it's really just come to me as I've been looking through this and thinking about it. And while I support what we're looking to do within the library space, I'm actually would be against the closing of the Summer Library on a Sunday. We want to create communities that are livable, that you can get around by walking or biking within 15 minutes. To actually close the library on a Sunday is actually going in the opposite direction. I think it's a mistake, and I think that actually we'll rue that decision if we make it.
Thank you. Phil?
Yeah, just one little one on one of the amendments. That Waikola Park thing, I fully support that, because if you've ever gone down there, it is not flash at all. So any work that can be done there to bring that ahead would be much appreciated by those guys down there, I'm sure.
Thank you. Anyone else? I'm just going to just comment on one thing, just in wrapping up. And it was probably to answer a question that Yanni asked, what more could they have? Well, Phillipstown could have one more thing and then I'd be right into it, and that's a site. They don't have a site. The site that they're on at the moment is owned by the Ministry of Education. We know that there are a number of challenges there. I've been talking to the Ministry of Education, will keep doing so. I know the community has been. We'll be talking to the community. The It's right on the border of the two wards, and the community board obviously has a significant interest as well. What they've done down there with the school site has been outstanding, and I know that there are potential opportunities existing potentially for a land swap, which might enable us to do it, but we need to, that's what we need. We need to wait for that. And I was going to mention this in the overall one, and I probably will repeat it in the overall debate, but I want to say that one thing that I really valued this time round was the number of community groups, and people have talked about the essence of our communities, the number of community groups who came not asking but offering to partner. And it was really evident this time. You know, the first time it really wasn't there. Second time we saw a little bit, but this time really I've seen so many members of the community sit at the end of the table, and they've said, you don't need to do it all for us. We can do a big chunk of it. We can do a lot of the heavy lifting. You just need to get in at the front end and support us, partner us, facilitate and support, and we will do a lot of the work. And I think that through partnership we can achieve a lot more. So thank you. Right, so now we'll move on to the amendments. And the first of those is... Oh, sorry, have I turned over the page? Yes, I have. Right, library hours. So those in favour say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no.
Hands up.
Okay, right. So those in favour of retaining the closing time at 8 o'clock for Fendleton and Upper Riccarton, put up your hand. One, two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So that's lost. That's lost.
Are you voting? Which one?
Yeah, I'm voting against all of them.
We need to.
Can we do it again?
Excuse me. Excuse me. We don't need to have chipping each other across the table. I asked for a vote. I got a vote. As I've said, I'm voting against all of them because they're staff recommendations, opposed to them, and I am leaving it at that. So that is declared lost.
Can we please take it again? We need to take it again. Should we have a...
Sorry. Yeah.
Do we again?
No, I'm not going to have a division over this. So we've got 9 in favour now, have we? So are you seriously telling me that you did not hear me call for people to put their hands up? Okay, all right. So it's carried. Community Safety Action Plan. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. No. That's lost. Do we want to, if you want to vote for it, put up your hand.
Can we have the opposite? Can I have...
So that's Turner, Chen, Johansson, Coker, Galloway, McClellan, Cotter and Daniels.
Those will be 4. That's lost, isn't it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So that's
Yeah, lost. Youth Committee, all those in favour say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. No. That's lost. Those in favour put up your hands.
In favour?
Yeah, in favour. It's the same.
Andrew, Chen, Johansson,
Same group
Croker,
as the last one.
Galloway, McClellan. Who else?
The same as the last one, Pauline and Daniels.
Daniels.
Right. the Akaroa Museum. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. That's lost. So, well, but I'm going to call it as lost. So put up your hand if you're in favour of it. See, that was a good call. You didn't need to smile at me. So that's lost. Akaroa. Yeah. Akaroa and Littleton design panels. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. That sounds carried to me, but we'll put up the hands for those that are in favour of it. Yeah. So those opposed are Goff, Chu, McDonald,
Phil,
Major, Scandrett and Daniels.
That's carried. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 against.
No, it's lost.
No, it's carried.
Carried.
Oh, carried. Rather, yeah. Sorry. Yeah. Littleton Info and Resource Trust. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. No. That's sort of in between. So those in favour, put up your hands.
In favour.
I'm abstaining on this one because I'm interested.
Well, so you should.
So in favour,
Davidson,
Chen,
Johansson, Coker, Galloway, McClellan, Templeton, Cotter, and abstention for.
How many is that?
Yeah, that's carried.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
That's 8.
Yeah, but there's an abstention.
Would be 7.
Oh.
It's lost, isn't it?
No, the abstention would be equal. It'd be 8-8. Eh? Yeah. Oh, I see. Right.
That's right, isn't it?
Yep.
Status quo, yeah. Lost.
Sorry, status quo. Yeah. Oh, sorry, my apologies. Strengthening Communities Fund. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. No. That's in between. So those in favour, put up your hand.
Turner, Davidson.
Oh, it's going to be quicker the other way.
Yeah,
so
it is.
We'll be at 6% rates by the time this.
Goff, Chu, McDonald, Major, Kewen, Daniels.
Oppose. Tim, are you for or against? Thank you.
So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 against.
Yeah.
So that's
Okay,
carried.
that's carried.
Would only confuse
Museum levy. Listen up.
James and Anne cannot vote.
James and Anne can't vote on this, so sit back. I'll put that motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. No. Oh, that's definitely lost, but we're going to have a show of hands. So, in favour?
McClellan and Cotter.
Those opposed?
4, 5, 6. Opposed. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Yeah, that's lost. Library operations. I'll put that motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. No. That's lost. Those in favour, put up your hands. So that's Turner, Chen, Johansson, Coker, Galloway, McClellan and Cotter. Waikola Park, those in favour say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. That sounds carried to me, but we'll put up your hands to bring it forward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
It's easily carried.
Do you want to record against?
Does anyone want to have their name recorded against it or don't care?
Okay,
Yep.
so we've got Goff, McDonald against. Sarah Templeton.
So Goff, McDonald, Templeton,
Yeah.
and Davidson.
Yeah.
Oh, I missed that, sorry.
Davidson, were you against that one?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't care whether mine's, you just put the mayor voted against them all pro forma.
Yeah, don't worry. Yeah.
So, Leanne, are
yeah.
all these being treated as divisions, like we're going name by name, or are we just mentioning names but just only counting anonymously?
She's got the names.
Oh, so it is like a division.
It is essentially a quicker way of doing a division. Templeton Domain. All those in favour say aye. Those opposed say no. That's lost.
Do you want to just do the hands?
Hands up for those in favour.
Right, so you've got Turner, Chen, Johansson, Coker, Galloway, McClellan, Scandrett,
And Cotter.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 4.
So it's
Yeah,
lost.
that's lost. Okay, so now we'll take a quick adjournment, maybe how long? 10 minutes? 3 minutes? I don't know. How long do you need to work out the rates impact?
How long do you need? 15? That was a
10 minutes?
10
Okay,
minutes?
10 minutes,
That's
so
a little
back
bit more
here at 20
complicated.
past 4. We're cooking on gas, team. We're going to get through the others. Your seats again, and I think we're again seeing the impact of capital decisions versus OPEX decisions. So we're up to 4.96 on next year's, but some further adjustments later on, and then less of an impact later. So, all right. So now we'll move to the actual resolutions. So I'm assuming that I can take the first page, which is 10 Shirley Road, Redwood Prestons, Wharenui Pool, Sheldon Park, Lancaster Park Development. Can I put them on block? Because I know that some people want to vote against some of the closures on the libraries.
Just
M8. Okay. Okay, so I'll move them all, but noting that Sam's no is in opposition to M8 only. So okay, so I'll put that motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. And just noting M8.
Sorry, I missed the vote. I'm voting against M10.
M10. Right. Oh. I understand. All right. I know. Yeah, it's a close call. M10. Okay, that's James. Right. So that's carried. And now we move over to M13 libraries. Now I'm noting that Sarah Templeton is voting against the Sumner Library closure on Sundays.
So they're numbered now.
Oh, I see. Yeah, okay, B5. Now, Turanga's in two parts though, but it's only got, can you put Turanga as an A and a B? So put 5 public holidays per year as A and remain open until 8 p.m.
as B.
And then note that James Daniel's voting against B.
Can we just let the staff get it?
No, James Daniel's voting against Marshall Tuckleton.
Can we wait?
Okay, so we'll come to them. I'm just going Turanga.
5 public holidays is A.
To open 5 public holidays is A, and to remain open until 8 p.m. is B.
Just let them get it done.
And I'm just going to note that James Goff is opposing B, so 13BB. And
can you just wait for them to get it down, because you're confusing the staff, please?
No, I'm confusing the staff by doing this.
Sorry.
No, if you could take that, move that A. No, move the A. Take that A out and put it.
It was right.
No, put a A after the word Turanga, after, and then put there A. Yes, and then B, remain open until 8 p.m. Cool.
Got it?
I didn't know what I was doing. I know.
Okay, so
There are questions.
just need to clarify who's against.
Which one?
Yes, I know, and I'm going to do that, so I'm just going to go through them in order. So I've got James Goff and Sam McDonald against the 8 o'clock on weekdays, and Tim Scandrett and Phil Major. Right. Against that. Yeah. I've got
Tim and Phil, yeah.
Fendleton and Upper Riccarton Libraries closure at 7 o'clock, so that's already been passed, hasn't it? Wasn't that passed to 8 o'clock? Did we extend the hours?
Hang on. Yes, it was carried.
That was carried?
Yeah. So it's the amendment was carried for that.
Okay, so now it's...
So it's 8 p.m.
Remain 8 p.m. And so, James...
Remain 8 p.m, yeah.
Is there anyone else that wants to oppose that? Yeah, James, Chu, McDonald, Major, Goff,
Scandrett.
5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
So,
Yep.
oh, hang on, can we just have those
And
hands again,
Davidson.
please? Davidson, Goff. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Did Chew and MacDonald hands stay down or up? Were they up or down?
Look,
Because we're not getting them.
yeah. The thing is that we've already amended it. So we don't need to vote on it. Anyway, whatever.
We've got them.
Okay.
Got Chew,
South and
Chew and Sam, yeah.
Te Hepua Libraries, weekday closure. I mean, why don't we just have a note about the people who are not going to vote against what got... No, that didn't get moved by amendments, so that's fine. Fingertip Library, that's fine. And then Sumner Library closure on Sunday. So opposed to that, just put up your hands. So you've got Daniels, Cotter, Templeton.
Closing on a Sunday. Oh, God, it's confusing now.
McClellan. We just had this amendment and people voted it down.
We didn't. There was no amendment.
Keep your hands up.
To keep it open on a Sunday.
No, there was no amendment. Please keep your hands up.
Keep them up. Galloway. Oh, that's carried.
8, 9. 8, 9.
So that's carried. So
It's against, yeah.
Sumner Library does not close on Sundays then.
That's right. Remains open.
Excuse me, can we just get this done? Aranui Library remain open on Sundays, no one's voting against that, and Linwood Library remain open until 7 p.m. on Thursdays only, that no one's voting against that. So that the council notes about staff, okay, that's fine. So so that's essentially M13 done. So I'll put M14 and 15 as amended, 16 and 17. There are no amendments on are there? No, we've done the amendments. So we'll do the rest of those. So I'll put that motion. All those in favour say aye. Those opposed say no. That's carried. And then we'll move on to M18 and all of the chief executive recommendations down to...
Can I just note
CE11.
M16, my vote against M16, please.
Voted. Oh, that was in the previous lot. Right. Okay.
So.
Okay. Sam McDonald and Aaron Cullen. No, thank you. That's fine. We're getting there. We're getting there. I mean,
spoken to. It's just.
There's a community board that has to go to a meeting soon, so I'd like to get finished. No, don't you do that.
So M10A, I'm
we need
against
to
as
get
well.
things done. So
sorry, Yanni.
M10A, I'm against as well.
Can we just get them under control, please?
I'm trying to get them under control, Chief.
So Yanni, M10A.
We already voted on that one.
We voted against
Okay.
it.
Next one, we've lost the...
That was miles ago. So we've dealt with that. So that's everything else. Right.
Yep.
So and that
Sorry,
was all of the. So did we
which
do
section are we
that?
up
No,
to?
we
Can
didn't.
you just give the
We
number?
didn't put that. So I'll put that from M18 all the way through to the chief's recommendations.
C11.
C11. I shall put that motion. All those in favour say aye. Those opposed say no. That's carried.
So can I just have my vote against CEA7?
CE7A,
CE8A, CE9A.
or CE8.
Slow down.
9A.
It's just the A's on the first three.
7A, 8A, 9A.
Yep.
Yep, okay.
And, cool. Yep, that's it. Thank you.
Sorry.
Okay.
Only the CE8B Waikola Park skateboard, we already approved by the A34.
I know we have.
Whether this
So
one
it's
still
got-
remain here.
It's not on the list anymore. We moved an amendment.
Oh, remove already?
Yeah. Just take a holiday.
Oh, I didn't.
Relax. Relax,
Still in
people.
here.
We're doing really well, please. Now. Okay, now we move on to other. And there are no amendments in the other category. So so I will move it, and it will be seconded by the other category called other.
And
Seconded
19.
by Andrew, and I will speak briefly to it just so that we can all catch up. There's something in this for everyone. Sorry? Where?
Is there? No, there's only two.
No, that's rates. We've got one more section, and if we don't get to that section, we won't be able to finish the LTP on Wednesday. So I really would like us to do the rates ones today, so let's not use a lot of time on this.
Can we ask a quick question on that before
what?
you get into before anyone speaks? So just a very quick question on it.
Yeah.
And it's just around, which we discussed earlier, M19. The second bullet point is Rolleston House. Is there just any time frame around
I
that?
think you'll find it's pronounced Rollston House.
Rollston.
Just saying.
I know.
Yeah. So what was your question?
5 Worcester Boulevard.
Yeah.
Or AKA Rollston House.
Yeah.
Have you got a time frame on that? Just around the proposals on the for the sale or long-term lease. It's just it doesn't stipulate when.
Right. Well, it's an expression of interest process, so
There will be.
I don't know what's a normal EOI process.
6 months or so.
Cool.
Yeah.
What can we say within 6 months or something then?
Yep.
I agree with that. I just want it to be tight on timing.
Okay.
As soon as it's possible.
Proposals.
Bruce isn't in the room, so I can't answer that.
Undertake a timely
There you are.
EOI process. How's that? We'll just write in the word timely. No, we'll write in the word timely. We'll send the message. So I'm going to speak briefly to these sections. So the disposal of surplus council-owned properties did excite a lot of interest in terms of some of the particular provisions, but we as a council are going to have to make a decision. But we are referring some of them off to other processes, and we are taking into account some of the heritage issues, the concerns around potential quarrying on the sale of Haskett's Road properties. We're looking at, and we've added in a process around biodiversity and heritage advice prior to any sale. The accessibility working group, that's something that Aaron will probably want to speak to himself, but I just wanted to acknowledge it because it's an opportunity just to get those relatively small things that can make a big difference across the line and to ensure that that is able to be delivered. The Rural Advisory Group came through so strongly when we dealt with the land drainage targeted rate, which we are going to deal with in the next section. It really came through loudly and clearly that we are a city, but we are also a district. We merged with Banks Peninsula, and as a result, we've got rural communities, and having a rural advisory group in order to provide support and advice early on in the piece. I think what really got hammered home to us was the need for us to be speaking much more openly and directly to different parts of our communities when there is a proposal, whether it's an annual plan or a long-term plan. If there's a proposal that's going to affect one group more than any other group, then it really is on us to make sure that we are out consulting early before. It shouldn't be a surprise when the LTP comes out or when a letter turns up in the email saying, oh, by the way, you've got a few more days left to put in a submission. So I hope that these ones are able to be supported. The last little bit on here is the Chief Executive's LTP process review, which is a really important part of this whole process. So we get to reflect on the LTP process and anything that we could have done better so that we can have this continuous improvement. But in addition, we've got this report that is going to come back within 2 months with those items that were deemed to be outside of the long-term plan process, but which did come up in that context. So, and that will be available to you. The list will be available to you on Wednesday. So, so we'll make sure that that's there. Right, Tim.
Yeah, I'll stand back from CE 13 A and B. I'm on the board. Venues Otatahi.
Oh, right, okay, yep.
Thank you.
Cool. Anyone else?
Debate or ask a question?
Well, sorry, I didn't ask for questions. I started the debate. Did you absolutely have to ask a question?
No, just clarify. Whether debate or question.
Oh, debate. Okay, Yanni, and then Jimmy.
So I appreciate that there's more work that's going to be done. So I look forward to getting some of the information back in response to a number of the items that have been considered blue. I just wanted to ask that my vote's recorded against M21A and against M19A. So
M21A and
M19A.
19A.
Thank you.
M19.
And just very quickly wanted to acknowledge the work that Venues Otatahi has been doing around local sustainability and using local suppliers. I think it's a real success story, and I'm really happy to support them because I believe they're going in a really good direction. Thanks.
Thank you. Jimmy?
Regarding to the disposal of surplus council-owned property, the first one I would like to mention the Yohurst Memorial Hall, because we are all aware, this one actually staff present the community board council several times, but because the community still would like to, they show us, present to us particular MBS different from original officers the issue. So now the council undertake exploration interest process for this hall to identify community-based group able to own, upgrade, operate, and maintain the hall at no cost to the council. But I think, generally speaking, there's a kind of partnership. Particularly this heritage hall, my understanding, there's one of 3 council-owned heritage hall since the World War II. This kind of part of the not only Yohurst, also our city, the part of the iconic, all the history. So that's very, very crucial and important. The other one is regarding to Husky, the kind of rural property, particular community board, community. They also make a submission. Would like to ensure protection relating to noise and the restriction on the quarry as a primary use, as a condition of sale, because the Yohurst rural area and the Templeton area, they tolerate, this kind of quarry, particularly for the air quality, air pollution for the many years, So this one, I'm just want to point out, let my fellow councillor and mayor understand this situation. Thank you.
Thank you. Mike and Andrew?
Thank you. Look, I'm just going to point out that I won't be supporting M21. Anything that has the potential to support greyhound racing, I cannot support.
Yep. Andrew?
Thank you. Just very briefly, I'm pleased that we've got to a sensible outcome on the disposal of surplus council-owned properties. There were a small number of the list of properties that certainly attracted a large number of submissions, and taking Hunters Road, Faro Terrace, Worcester Boulevard and the Yohurst Memorial Hall out of the list for further work is absolutely the right thing to do. So I'm pleased that we've been able to take a sensible approach there. And the Rural Advisory Group certainly became very clear as a result of submissions from the rural community, and in fact not just the Banks Peninsula community but other rural communities within city and district, on the land drainage targeted rate, that we need to get better at engaging with rural communities who often have quite different views, different viewpoints and different considerations than those living in the urban areas. So that Rural Advisory Group will allow us to do that. So yeah, very pleased to see that there as well. And just to note that I'll be voting against M23.
Pauline.
Thank you. Yeah, look, thank you for including 4 up there, because I think it's really important that we have a biodiversity, heritage and cultural look at any land that is being proposed to sell, and I do hope the staff take that on board. I also will be opposing M21, cart sport, and I'll oppose M23. Thank you.
Thank you. Melanie?
Ditto what Pauline said.
Great. All right. So now we'll come to the actual resolution. So I've got Yanni opposed to 19A, but I'll put 19A and B as one block. Is there anything that anyone else wants to have recorded on those? If not, I'll put the motion.
Is it the end of the world? Look, fine if you don't want to, but I just like something concrete instead of timely. Could we just say within 6 months?
6 months. Yep. Undertaken the
And then if we can do that, then I'm fine with it.
Yep. No.
I'm asking the mover.
Okay, I've written it in there. I've written it in there.
It will save us money, Sarah, though.
I am desperately trying to
Unlike
get the
a lot of the other
amendments done on the
amendments.
next lot. At least that means we can finish on Wednesday. So that's why I'm
6 months is
winding
fine, head of
people
service
along,
confirms.
not winding people up as you are managing to do to me right now. So, so I've got 19A and B. I'll put that motion. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. That's carried. And noting Yanni on 19A. Surf life saving, and look, I'll just leave out Cart Sport Canterbury, and I'll come back to that, and Canterbury Museum. So the rest is Surf Life Saving, Accessibility Working Group, Rural Advisory Group, Venues Otautahi, and LTP Process Review. I'll put that motion. All those in favour say aye. Those opposed say no. That's carried. And then Cart Sport Canterbury, well, I've got Yanni opposed, and Mike opposed.
And Pauline.
We've got several people opposed.
Can
So,
you put hands up now?
okay. Leave.
Andrew.
Hang on. Those opposed.
M21 we're doing.
Mike. Melanie.
You got Andrew?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
8.
No.
No.
I'm not voting against my own resolution. I mean, I don't like greyhound racing
Of course
any
not,
more than
yours,
anyone
yeah.
else does, but the
It's
real
not an
issue is
amendment.
Cart Sport Canterbury,
Yeah.
which has got a stupidly long lease on it, which some idiot organisation many, many squillion years ago, which wasn't the Christchurch City Council,
move
that's
on,
how
boss.
long it goes.
Move on.
Sorry. Just explaining. No, even Yanni wasn't born when that happened.
M23.
And M23,
It was carried.
it was 8 opposed, so it's carried. Canterbury Museum is, all those in favour say aye, those opposed say no. That's lost. So you're voting to increase our contribution.
I'm voting that I agree with the Mayor's recommendation.
Yeah. Okay.
Should we be
Can
clear
you put
about
up
what
your
we're voting
hand
for?
if you support the Mayor's recommendation? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's carried. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
It's still
That's
9.
carried.
Do I need votes against recorded?
Yeah. Yeah, but there were 2 that sat back from the table. Yeah. Yeah.
Really, really carried.
Very carried.
Extremely carried. We're all carried, right. Okay, finally, we're coming to the rates, targeted rates and remissions page.
And we're going to deal with the
And I've got,
amendments.
yes, we've got the amendments to deal with, but I need to just provide the formal ruling on, I've already ruled on the rates remissions. The uniform annual charge is yeah, so none of the consultation material provided to the public referred to this as an option being or to be considered by the council. So that means that there has been insufficient consultation to remove the uniform annual general charge. So I'm ruling it out of order as an amendment. The excess water charging amendment, where is the... Sorry, the advice here isn't quite. It's got staff.
Come back to the
Oh, it's the significance and the materiality of the amendment to the proposal to introduce excess water charging in both instances. So neither of them can be accepted as amendments today. And so I'm ruling both of them out on the basis that they don't comply with the Local Government Act, significant and or material amendment, insufficient information and would need further consultation. And I think that's the end of the red amendments. Yeah. That was all for that. So the amendments that we have in front of us are
A18.
Leanne, I'll need you to move and second your...
Oh, sorry, I will move... I can't second it as well.
No, sorry, someone else will need
I will move the...
apart from M25.
Apart from M25, I will move M26 through to CE12.
Yeah.
And, CE12. No, that's an amendment. No, that shouldn't be as a CE's recommendation, it's dealt with. Right, so, no, M30. M26 to M30, I'll move that. Do I have a seconder for that?
Sorry, point of order on that. I'm sorry, and I know point of order will really wind you up right now, but you've got an amendment which has been accepted, which is A18, around the base isolation, which would be a bit contradictory to your recommendation.
Yeah, but we do I moved and move, and somebody else has to second.
Wouldn't we have to do the amendment around the base isolation first?
And then we do the amendments to the resolution. So we do the amendments first. We've been doing that this way the whole way through.
Okay. You're getting a mover and a seconder.
I'm just getting a mover and a seconder.
Yeah.
Cool.
I'm moving it.
Can we just have 2 minutes? Can we just have 2
Leanne, sorry, I know, just before you go into debate, I just wanted to point out with the heritage targeted rate one, that the reason that was orange or amber, whatever you want to call it, is that it could, changing it now to it was allowed because we did consult as being a CV or a fix, like we went out. But if we change that now, at this late stage, you would likely to impact your rate strike. So that's why I just wanted to highlight that, because that's the reason it was orange. So it's rates neutral, but it will affect the strike because we have to test it and redo it.
We would still be able to deal with it on Wednesday, though.
Yeah, all I'm saying though is that you could still adopt your LTP, but we may not get our rate strike on the 1st of July what we need to, because we have to go in and redo the testing and setting up to actually do the rate strike, that's all. So you can adopt your LTP, but it does change how we do it.
And what's the implications of not being on strike rate by the 30th of July?
Tom, I need to check the Rating Act because it's got the dates in it and I don't have them in my head. We have to adopt the plan before 1 July. I think there's something in the Act around the time before you issue your first invoice. So I need to check that to see what that date is. I don't have the Rating Act in front of me.
I'm sorry. What you were asking before, James, it makes sense now, and I do apologise. I had misunderstood. I was told
You
that
are
these
forgiven,
had to be put as amendments before we started, but in actual fact, they are directly contradictory to the resolution that's contained in the Mayor's recommendation, which means they're foreshadowed motions, which means it's the motions we need to deal with. The only ones that the only one that doesn't fit as a, are they all foreshadowed motions?
Heritage targeted rate, the excess water.
Yeah. But the base isolation is not? Just checking.
But we can still debate it as one for simplicity, though.
Yeah.
Understanding that, given that we've suspended standing orders.
It's not on there. It hasn't been identified. But,
Okay, so we're going to deal with the targeted rates, land drainage targeted, well, we don't, the targeted rate, which is the heritage, the excess water use targeted rate,
Yeah, he needs to tell
and
us
the Robert McDougall Art Gallery base isolation, because those are the three that have got foreshadowed motions on them. Right, okay. So we'll open that up for debate. I'm mindful of the time, that's all. So I'll just open it to others to start off the debate. Sarah?
Yeah, I just want to point out that the excess water use targeted rate, this is our second go at this, having not quite got this across the line last year, and it's actually had good support from the community both years. One of the key things to note that is sort of spelt out really clearly this time is that the first year is for information and education alone, and that there will be no actual billing and charging of people for any excess water. As they learn about their own water usage, they will get bits of paper in the mail, or I don't know, emails, or however the system works, which let them know how much water they have been using in each of the quarters, which will enable them to then monitor their use and make some adjustments for the following year. So I think that's really, really good. I think it's a really good way forward, and of course education, information and decreasing water use is the goal of this. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else? James?
Yeah, I'll just obviously speak to all three of them. It's quite funny, today is actually the shortest day of the year, but it doesn't really feel like it. And these three items here to finish off today, I think are just not in the right space, or we haven't got it to the right point. The excess water charging, one submitter called it a gardeners and families tax, and I actually agree with that, because the issue is, even after the first year of education, if you're not dynamic around land size of area, and I don't mean capital value, but land size, I think that you're using, to use our Chief Executive's expression this morning, a sledgehammer to crack a nut. It's a blunt instrument approach, and I don't think it's cognizant of the different needs of people in our community. Someone with a 50 square metre shoebox lock and leave apartment to have the same water limit imposed on them as someone that lives with a garden and a family on a 1,500 square metre section. They are paying for it, and I think that it's not unfair to expect them to use more water, and I think that needs to be taken into account. So all we're asking in A42 is for staff to be able to work on a way to incorporate factoring land size to simply be fair, because fair and even are not the same thing. As for the other two, the heritage targeted rate, this is pretty simple. I just think this is about being transparent with the community. A heritage targeted rate should be a fixed amount. However, if you're going to have a targeted rate based on capital values, this is just smoke and mirrors, because it's rates funded. Just call it rates, call it what it is. So a targeted rate based on capital value is just rates funded. So I think this is just about being transparent with our residents and not treating them like mugs. So I would hope that we could pass this and just be upfront with them. And as for the base isolation of the Robert McDougall Art Gallery, it's very hard to see any building that's been built post-earthquake to see it be commercially compelling when they've been base isolated, let alone it stack up financially to retrofit an existing heritage building for the purpose of using it as storage. This is bloody expensive storage to base isolate this building. Build a box and value engineer it. Don't design lead by base isolating a heritage building as for a storage facility. I'll quit while I'm ahead.
Thank you. Pauline.
Thank you. Look, the targeted rates, I heard people come in and tell us they like to see the targeted rate set out separately, because that is more transparent to see what that section of their rates and what it's for. Excess water use. Look, we're asking our farmers to embrace regenerative farming methods. So why shouldn't we be asking our residents to embrace regenerative gardening? Because there are ways you can garden without using so much water, and we should be looking at this as an opportunity. And with the base isolation, I do encourage you to support this, because it's not just for storage, it's actually so that we can use this building as an art gallery, as it was meant to be, once again, to see those doors open, and people so want to see those doors open. It's a perfect opportunity to do this in part and parcel with the museum project, and there's no better time. And if we lose that opportunity, you'll never get it back again. And who knows what in the future is going to bring. There could be amazing artworks coming from overseas that would not be able to be displayed in there. So this is an opportunity to do that. Yes, it seems like a huge amount of money, but there's only this one opportunity, so I do encourage you to support that.
Tim.
Thank you. James, 2 out of 3 isn't bad. I do support you with regards to the base isolation of the Robert McDougall. We have a base isolated art gallery, so if we do have these amazing opportunities with overseas art, the obvious place to display them would be the Christchurch Art Gallery. With regards to heritage targeted rate, I do agree. I should think it's just not right as it's been proposed. However, I do support the excess water charging, because we must become more responsible, and we do need to educate. And sometimes, as we've all been to school, and some of us didn't have too pleasant a time the odd day, so that's education's the way it is. Thank you.
Aaron?
Yeah, I'll surprisingly sit in a very similar camp to James. The excess water charging is kind of pointless anyway, because the government's going to overtake water, and they're going to put a volumetric charge on every household, so that'll be where it lands. So this will just be a kind of a band-aid on a garden hose for a year or so. And then the other one, the targeted heritage rate. For me, this is about ownership. When you look at your rates, like we have the active transport levy, which is on your rates, and you see it as $20, you know that your household's invested $20 into the active transport. The heritage targeted rate is exactly the same. You will have a dollar value ownership. So your household, you and your children, have the same ownership of the arts centre as someone from the other side of town that could have the biggest house in the city, but you both have the same amount of ownership of that space. So for me, it's about equal ownership. And the base isolation of the Robert McDougall, like James pointed out, it makes no sense, but making sense doesn't always have to float at this table, so you will vote how you will.
Let's rescind that part.
Sam?
Yeah, thank you. I mean, a lot's already been covered, so I won't take the full 3 minutes. I just wanted to touch a wee bit on the excess water charging and a comment one of the councillors made about the need for us to reduce our water use. Let's be very, very clear. It's because we have inadequate infrastructure in the city that can't handle the burden. There's not a shortage of water in the city. And so, like Councillor Goff, I agree entirely that this is effectively a gardeners and wealth tax that we're putting on. It makes no sense in this respect. I think it's draconian. And the thing I'm probably getting increasingly concerned with around the council table is this desire to talk about behavioural change. And I don't think that's our place. I think we're here to fix the roads, deliver basic services, not dictate to the public how they should live their lives. And I think the moment we creep over that line, it should become quite concerning. So I think if we had stuck to our knitting for quite some time, we wouldn't have the issues with that infrastructure that would have led us to this point. So I hope that people would support the amendment and not the initial proposal to go and, like I say, draconianly charge for water across the city.
Jake.
It's quite ironic because all the councillors arguing against adopting this excess water charge actually supported it 12 months ago, so I'm not sure what's really changed. This proposal is actually almost exactly the same as the one that we proposed 12 months ago. Which I didn't support then. And the reason I didn't support it then was because it was fundamentally inequitable. It would have meant that people in Phillipstown got allocated less water and had to pay an excess charge before people in higher value homes in nicer parts of the city, which seems to be exactly the argument that these 5 councillors are in favour of, which I think is wrong. And because of that change is why I'm happy to support it today.
Can I raise a point of order that it's just not true?
Excuse me, no, it's a debatable matter.
It's not. The amendment says land area, not capital value, so that argument is not fair.
I'm sorry.
It wasn't land area last time either.
It's a foreshadowed motion. We're voting on the original motion. Is there anyone else who wants to contribute kindly to this debate? And Melanie?
Give it a go. I don't support any of these, surprise, surprise. I support the Robert McDougall Art Gallery, and I think base isolation of it is a good thing moving forward to protect a heritage building as well as allow full storage of art items. The heritage targeted rate is, it is transparent, as Pauline said before, and I agree with the capital value based rate. And with excess water charging, now looking at land area, those with large pieces of land, well, they've got plenty of land there to capture the rainwater that seems to be pouring down at the moment, so maybe they should be taking use of that opportunity. Yeah, I won't support any of these amendments.
Is that everyone? So before I put it to a vote, I'm just going to... Oh, Yanni.
We're speaking on all of these, right? So just wanted to say that I don't support the excess water charging. I thought the amendment to increase the limit was something that I could support. I think the limit is being set too low. And I said this during the draft, so I don't think it'll be any surprise to people that I don't agree with the timing of doing this now when we've got water reform happening and we've got limits that I think are too low for people to understand before they're impacted what their daily use is. So I think the other thing for me around excess water charging is that because the system is likely to change and we don't quite know how, but there seems to be also a move to introduce volumetric charging for water, and I'm really concerned that this will pave the way to make it far easier for that to occur particularly if water is taken off control of local authorities. So I appreciate, that there is an issue around reducing the amount of water that people consume. People will know that I've tried to put forward amendments based on the submissions. We had 25 to 30 submissions that talked about rainwater reuse, for example, and I've been unable to get any support in that regard. I think the whole issue of water conservation and water use is something that does need a focus. I chaired the draft water integrated strategy, and it was really clear through there that there's a whole bunch of things we can do to encourage people to use water in a smarter, more clever way and not use as much. So, but I won't be supporting the excess water charge today, and I'm disappointed that we're unable to consider increasing the limit, and that's why. Thank you.
All right, so I'll just wrap up the debate. So, surprisingly, I mean, in developing these recommendations, I've taken guidance from councillors, and there's been no point taking guidance from my own personal opinion when in fact the majority of councillors have signalled that their guidance is otherwise. I actually personally think that the heritage rate should be a flat rate, and there are lots of reasons why I think that, but my main reason is that it's a set amount that's set for a particular period of time for a set purpose, and you can add to it and subtract to it as different projects are completed. If you wanted to add Ferrymead to it one day, then you'd be able to do that because you'd have a flat rate basis for doing so. There are different levels of support that people would want to provide, and I think that the flat rate does that. The Central City Business Association have gone with a flat rate. So I just think that it makes good sense for me, but that wasn't the guidance that I got from councillors. So we have put that. In terms of the excess water use targeted rate, if I had been here for the annual plan last year, I would have voted for what was proposed at that time. I do support it. I do believe that it does lead to change. In Auckland, which has had a fully a full rate based on actual use, the extent of the water use is considerably less, and everywhere where people introduce some form of charging based on meterage, there is reduction in use. Now, it's not that the infrastructure hasn't been maintained in good enough condition. The true reason is that there is pressure that goes on our infrastructure at one particular time of the year, and that is summer. So there is going to be a lot of work done to help people work to ensure that they don't have to pay an excess charge. So, and I fully support that. Finally, the Robert McDougall Art Gallery base isolation. Again, I'm not entirely convinced that this is in our best interests. I went back to look at the original piece of legislation that was passed when, this council developed its, a commitment to a new art gallery, and of course, what happens to the Robert McDougall Art Gallery was the outstanding question. This was always going to be built into the museum's redevelopment, so that was the decision of the council back then. And it was, the law was changed to allow the council to lease the building, which they couldn't do before. So that's why Parliament was called upon to act. Parliament said that they shouldn't be, and the council of the day shouldn't be making decisions for the long-term future. And when it was no longer available to be leased out, they were to go down, that they were to come back to Parliament so that it wouldn't be binding a future council or a future Parliament or a future community really involved in that conversation. So I'm thinking that it is an incredible amount of money, and I know that I supported it being included in the proposal back before this draft plan, and then again now because we were under an obligation to put it out for another consultation.
I feel that it's a huge amount of money when we're looking at the amount of the costs and the whole of where it fits with the museum redevelopment. But that's just my personal view. It's not the view that was shared by those that were providing guidance. So there we are. So we will now deal with the actual votes. And now, how are we going to do this? We've got the targeted rates. So we're going to just do them individually.
26A, heritage.
So M26A heritage.
Leanne, just because it's late in the day, can you just make really clear that if they're foreshadowed motions, what the implications then of voting on various things will mean to the three foreshadowed motions on the back page?
Okay, so if you vote, if the heritage one were voted down, then we would have a vote on the heritage targeted rate set out in A41. Right? Okay, so let's deal with that. So all those in favour of that say aye. Those opposed say no.
No.
Right, you need to do.
Okay, so let's just do the division by hand count. So those in favour of the heritage proposal there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. No, I'm not voting against my own recommendation.
That's 4. That was 4.
Oh, I see. Right. Yeah, 4.
That's 11.
Yeah.
Do you want votes recorded against?
Definitely. The targeted rate that's just rates.
In the break, when we were looking, about a week ago.
So dodgy. It's just rates. But you just hide it from the rates. Well, it's targeted rate.
Put your hands up for those against that, just so I can record it.
It's just so transparent. It's just fudging it.
We're doing excess water.
Okay, now we've got oh, was that?
Should we deal with the 3?
We've got the other targeted rates too.
Do you want to do them now?
Might as well, because I don't think anyone's got a problem with those. So the other targeted rates, I'll put those. All those in favour say aye. Those opposed say no. That's carried. The land drainage targeted rate, can we just do that one? That's a deferral. I'll put that motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. That's carried. Now the excess water use targeted rate. So if this were lost, then we would put the A42. And the so I'll put that motion. All those in favour say aye. Those opposed say no.
No.
That's carried. But sorry.
And gardeners and families.
So we're going to. It's probably easier for those that are opposing it to put up their hands.
Against.
So that's yeah.
Opposing.
Goff,
yeah.
Johansson, Chu, McDonald, Major, Kewen.
6, yeah.
Right. That's carried. Not-for-profit community-based rates remission, so that's just noting for further work. I'll put that motion. All those in favour say aye. Those opposed say no. That's carried. The Robert McDougall Art Gallery base isolation, and again I'll put the A18 if this were lost.
Leanne, to James and I step back from that.
Yep, so you step away from the table and I'll put,
lost, you'll go to...
I'll go to the next one over the page, yep.
18.
And so I'll put that motion. All those in favour say aye. Those opposed say no.
No.
That's carried. So hands up for those who are opposed.
Fiscally, it's unbelievable.
Davidson, Goff, Chew, McDonald.
It's terrifying for any rate in the city.
Major, Kewen, Scandrett. Out of...
Can we just have 4?
Yeah.
Put your hand up 4.
For those in favour, put up your hands.
And Julian.
Could you just read them out for the live stream, please?
Yeah. Right. That's
Yeah,
carried.
who were those names that wanted to base isolate the storage facility?
Yeah.
For, at $18 million?
We were saying it would have been helpful to have...
We've got a base isolated art gallery.
It's been carried.
7 against. 2
8
sat back.
That's it, they're done.
What was that, Sam?
8-7.
Against? Or for?
No.
Oh.
No, carried. It's very close. Right, so, but all of it is subject, very clearly subject to the fact that they have to raise the funding for its entire redevelopment before this is released. So that's very, very clear in the resolution.
Yeah, no, but
all right.
That's Wednesday. Yeah.
So we are now going to adjourn the meeting until 9:30, Wednesday, the 23rd of June.
Well, I just wanted to say what the actual final number is, and the only reason being that it's different from the last one I gave you is because of the Sumner. Remember, you went back and changed the Sumner library hours, right? So we're now at 497. So we're under your
497.
Yeah.
497. So the meeting adjourned at 5:19. 497 on the table. We're adjourned to 9:30, Wednesday, the 23rd of June. Thank you very much. It's been a long day for our shortest day. Thank you, James, for the reminder.